Good afternoon. I want to welcome you back to the Land Use and Transportation Committee. I want to thank SFGov TV for broadcasting this meeting. Thank you, Leo DeAssis and Nona Melkonian. I want to recognize our clerk, Ms. Erica Major. She'll be helping us run a meeting smoothly and efficiently. I'm Supervisor Malia Cohen. I'm chair of this committee, and to my right is Supervisor Peskin, and on my left is Supervisor Jeff Sheehy. Welcome, Jeff. I think this is your first Land Use Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements today?
Yes, please make sure to silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Completed speaker cards and copies of any documents to be included as part of the file should be submitted to the clerk.
Thank you.
Items acted upon today will appear on the January 31st agenda, Board of Supervisors agenda, unless otherwise stated.
All right. Thank you very much. So, could you please call item 1?
Yes, item number 1 is ordinance amending the subdivision code to require that the design of a subdivision for a tentative map or parcel map provide for communication services facilities to each parcel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Supervisor Farrell is the author of this item, and today we have Jess Montejano here from his office to present. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, Supervisor Peskin Sheehy, Jess Montejano, Legislative Aide to Supervisor Mark Farrell. Again, thank you for hearing this item today. Apologies that he's not here in person. He's out of town. It's non-controversial policy. I promise to be brief. As we're all aware, the internet and communication and video services continue to be a ubiquitous part of our everyday lives. We view the internet as utility on par with water and power service. We introduced this policy with an eye towards the future. We want to make sure that when new subdivisions are created, both on the residential and commercial side, that these developments have the infrastructure in place to support internet, video, and communication services for our residents and our businesses. The policy is simple and straightforward. Currently, our local law has no explicit requirement for subdividers to provide communication facilities to parcels within a new subdivision. This ordinance would implement the state law provision that allows San Francisco to add in this new proposed requirement within a new subdivision. The installation of this infrastructure and from a cost and labor perspective is minimal, will be baked into the cost of new developments, and in some cases can raise the value of the property for the owner. Again, given the importance of the internet and other communication services in our daily lives, we want to ensure that the necessary infrastructure is in place to support new and growing technologies that serve our residents and business. Thanks again for your time today. Happy to answer any questions you may have and humbly ask for your support today.
Great. Thank you for the brief presentation. Supervisor Peskin has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only question I had, and maybe this is more of a question for the city attorney, sure, is insofar as the definition of communication service provider references various state public utilities codes at section 5840, at section 234, at section 1001.
Yep.
The one thought that I had was maybe we want to say as they are defined today, so that every time the state changes their definitions, this law is not inadvertently impacted. It was just a technical thought, and maybe Deputy City Attorney Givner, who I think is dealing with his son's class that just came and visited the board chambers, might be able to answer that a little bit later, because I think he'll be back in here in a couple minutes.
Sure, I don't think that's a bad idea whatsoever. We just want to make sure that the communication services provided are obviously sanctioned by the state and have gone through the necessary approval process to be in the public right-of-way and to receive public permits to deploy this infrastructure.
It makes abundant sense.
Perfect.
Thank you. So, Supervisor Peskin, will you be making that as a motion?
Well, before I do that, maybe we should get Deputy City Attorney Givner's thoughts on that.
No problem. Why don't we go ahead and segment to public comment at this time? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on this item. On item 1, you'll have 2 minutes. On all the other items on the agenda, you'll also have 2 minutes. You'll hear a soft chime indicating 30 seconds remaining on your 2-minute allotment. So public comment is open. I welcome you to come up to the microphone. All right, seeing none, public comment is closed at this time. Thank you. All right, well, Mr. Peskin,
should we go to the next item and wait for Deputy City Attorney Givner and call Mr. Montejano back in after?
Sure. Jess, in the meantime, can you get the Deputy City Attorney in here? Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to call item 2, and we'll come back to item 1.
Yes, item number 2 is an ordinance amending the Administrative Code, Chapter 41, to update the hotel conversion ordinance, including adding or refining definitions of tourist and transit use, comparable unit conversion, and low-income household.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Peskin is the author of this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for scheduling this item today. And I want to open up the hearing with a little background. This law has actually been on the books for a long time, over a third of a century, and it was fine-tuned about a quarter of a century ago, and as the world has changed, I think deserves to be fine-tuned again. The district that I represent in the northeast corner of the city is arguably the oldest and most historic, one that, along with the Tenderloin, housed a significant portion of the city's workforce dating back to the mid-19th century. Those neighborhoods have historically housed our low-wage workers, longshoremen, recent immigrants, including the original Manila town. Throughout the city, seasonal laborers depended on our SRO hotel stock for lodging while following pay-as-you-go work opportunities, sometimes working to support families elsewhere. Filipino workers in Manila Town, Chinese immigrants in Chinatown, Japanese workers in Japantown, Latinos in the Mission, and African Americans relocating from the South in search of work all found a home in single resident occupancy hotels here in San Francisco. Unfortunately, a wave of demolitions swept across not only San Francisco, but throughout urban America, throughout the United States, decimating an estimated, believe it or not, 1 million SRO units between the mid-1970s and 1990s. The trend at that time was to concurrently demolish and then convert those low-income units, many into condos, some into hotels, and San Francisco was no exception. And between 1970 and 2000, almost 9,000 units were demolished or converted. Between 1980 and 2000, between 1970 and 1980, almost 2,000 were demolished, and subsequently another 6,470 were converted. The country and San Francisco did little to replace those lost units, and voila, the entire United States saw a dramatic increase in our homeless population as those displaced were pushed below the poverty line and onto our streets. That, coupled with regressive federal policies. Reaganomics also led to the defunding of public housing development in lieu of Section 8 subsidies, most of which were pocketed by landlords. I think there is a widespread consensus on this board that the best way to address homelessness in our city is to house those struggling at the margins. The legislation before us today ensures the existing loopholes in our law, and I want to thank ensures that we close the existing loopholes in our law. And I want to thank everyone today for turning out to testify, including the Central City SRO Collaborative, the Chinatown SRO Families United Collaborative, the San Francisco Tenants Union, the Mission SRO Collaborative, AIDS Housing Alliance, San Francisco Housing Rights Committee, SOMCAN, Senior Disability Action, and Unite Here Local 2 for your support. I also want to acknowledge the input and work of my co-sponsor, Supervisor Jane Kim, who represents a district that is also a high-density SRO hotels. I also want to acknowledge our most recent co-sponsor, Supervisor Safai, who co-sponsored the legislation today. This has been an area of law that has been presided over and enforced by our Department of Building Inspection, and I have to say has been the life's work of Rosemary Bosky, who is our Chief Housing Inspector, and I want to thank you for that work and thank you for working with the community and my office to bring Chapter 41 of the Administrative Code into the dawn of the 21st century. And before we ask Ms. Bosky to make a presentation, I also want to publicly thank and acknowledge Sonny Angulo from my office, who did all of the hard legislative work and worked with the community to bring these amendments before us today. So thank you, Ms. Angulo, for that. And with that, Madam Chair, if it is okay, I would like to ask Ms. Bosky to make a presentation to this panel and the many members of the public who are here today to support it.
All right, before we go to Ms. Busk, we've got Supervisor Sheehy that'd like to make a few opening remarks as well.
Yes, Supervisor Peskin, I'd like to be added as a sponsor as well. I think this is a great piece of legislation. I mean, through the work of many advocates, SROs remain a source of stable, affordable housing, and your measure will protect this housing stock from cannibalization and prevent low-income residents from being forced out of the city. So please add me as a sponsor. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. I'm honored and delighted.
Thank you. Please add me as well. Welcome. It's good to see you. You have the floor.
Thank you, supervisors, and thank you so much, Supervisor Peskin, for such a detailed and a succinct history of a rather complicated ordinance that has been around since 1936. Shortly before the ordinance was adopted in 1981, there was a moratorium that the city actually passed that to protect these units because it was seeing these residential guest rooms disappear. And at the time, the city then declared that there was a housing emergency for this type of housing because it was being occupied primarily by low-income elderly and disabled. So as you said, Supervisor, this ordinance really has not been amended since 1990, 1992, and was adopted in 1981, so it's been around a while, and we do have currently antiquated measures to enforce the ordinance, primarily to keep these residential units from being converted. There are approximately 20,000, a little less than 20,000 residential guest rooms and about 500 hotels. About 300 of those are for-profit hotels. The rest are run by nonprofits. A lot of the nonprofit buildings participate in city programs. And a lot of the problems that we do have is really with the for-profit hotels and a conversion of a lot of the residential guest rooms to weekly tourist rental. And so that is also one of the things that the legislation will address. Going on then to slide 4, overall, we're really here to talk about areas where this legislation is so fantastic that it clarifies pertinent definitions that really currently do not fit the original intent of the ordinance. It updates the record-keeping provisions. It revises the annual reporting requirements that the for-profit hotels have to submit on November 1st every calendar year, and it refines the criteria necessary when a residential hotel owner wishes to convert a residential guest room so that we have more modern ways of describing that, and when they are selecting things like in lieu fees, that the fee structure is consistent with the current market, and it modernizes our code enforcement tools, which right now, it is cheaper to violate the ordinance than it is to comply with it, given the market that we have and how easily it is to rent a unit through the internet and other means. Then on to slide 5, the key elements that we're really looking at are the following deficiencies. When we talk about the record keeping, the daily logs, weekly reports, the rent receipts, it is too easy for those reports to be misrepresented as to what the actual use is as far as the actual rental of these guest rooms, because these particular records that the ordinance requires aren't necessarily the business records that the hotel has to maintain for tax purposes and other reasons. So we have in the past seen the cooking of the books, if you will, of creating records that don't really reflect how the building is being operated. Now, not everyone does this, but enough hotels do this that it is very problematic. Then when we talk about proper rental, and this is a very important portion of the legislation, right now we're doing all this work for essentially a 7-day rental. So if a hotel is out there and a lot of them are renting for 7 days or longer to a tourist rental. And so by changing the definition of what a tourist rental is in keeping with the original designations of a residential guest room, which was 32 days or longer, we're going to eliminate a lot of the de facto conversions to tourist use that are currently going on. And then we're asking for a little bit more documentation with respect to the annual unit usage report that is filed November 1st every calendar year. That's about a 3-page form, and they give us a snapshot of their daily logs. This legislation will ask for a lot more information so that we will get a better understanding and will be able to monitor and discern that they are indeed using the residential rooms for residential use. So there are some other issues in the ordinance that will be really helpful to the department. If you constantly violate the ordinance, one of the things that will be taken away from you is the temporary change in occupancy, where you can take 25% of the residential guest rooms and rent them for tourist use if you couldn't rent them for residential use. That is abused, and if somebody is constantly not giving us an accurate picture of what they're doing, they're renting the rooms on the internet essentially for tourist use, then as part of our investigation, we'll be able to say, based on very significant evidence, that will be an issue that will be taken away from them. So that will give us an effective deterrent and really create a situation where we are not encouraging, through our antiquated record-keeping provisions, we are encouraging them to follow the ordinance and reserve these rooms. So with that, I don't have anything else to add at this point. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Supervisor Peskin.
No, the only question I would like to ask you is if you could explain a little bit about the SRO Hotel Preservation Fund and how penalties and fees and in lieu conversion fees work.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. When a hotel owner wants to convert one or more of their residential guest rooms, the ordinance gives them 3 or 4 options of creating new units or paying into a hotel preservation fund in lieu fees that then goes to the Mayor's Office of Housing and then is used to provide replacement housing for that loss of residential guest rooms. The problem is that particular formula hasn't been revised since 1990, and so we are at a disadvantage right now. If someone wants to convert the rooms, we don't have a current market type guidelines and benchmark for us to review. Let me give you an example. One of the last residential hotels that went through was the Powell Hotel. At that time, we were looking at about $50,000 a unit. Then we had the CPMC project that was about at $150,000. But we're being told, based on some research by the Mayor's Office of Housing, that these units really should be at a point around $300,000 a unit. So without this kind of upgrade to the legislation, we are really at a disadvantage as far as getting the actual one-for-one replacement that is needed to preserve these rooms.
Thank you for that explanation.
All right. Thank you. Seeing that Supervisor Kim, would you like to say a couple remarks? Welcome.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Cohen. Good to see you here. I just want to acknowledge and thank Supervisor Aaron Peskin for their leadership on this work, and also working with our Central City SRO Collaborative, who I see in the House today, for working on this really important piece of legislation. In 1980, when the city first determined that our single-room occupancy hotels, are an important part of our affordable housing stock, in particular for our seniors, for many of our immigrants, for individuals with disabilities, that this was a housing stock that needed to be protected. We still found that we were continuing to lose these units even after the passage of this ordinance. So in the 1990s, many of you came to us, including many of our nonprofit organizations, to ask for stronger enforcement, and also to allow nonprofits a private right of action to support our city and our city attorney's office in ensuring that we were protecting these units, because you were on the ground and you could see the units that we were losing from the protected status. And it's really great to see that over the past 2 decades that this has been one of the most important and collaborative and effective enforcement collaborations that the city has, and that is with our nonprofit and our community leaders in ensuring that we do not lose more SRO hotels. But given the immense housing crisis that is unprecedented over the last couple of years, I think what we are seeing is something that many of us never thought we would see, which is the gentrification of our SRO hotel rooms. Many of us thought it couldn't happen, but it's certainly happening before our eyes. And I think that this piece of legislation is an important next step in furthering strengthening our SRO conversion ordinance, and I'm really proud to be a co-sponsor of this. I do represent a district with the most single-room occupancy hotels of any district here in the city, and so I'm really proud of the fact that not only do we have the largest, but we also have some of the strongest community organizers and community resident leaders who are here today that helped us to shape this legislation due to the work that you are seeing on the ground and in the difficulties and challenges that you face enforcing the SRO conversion ordinance. So I do want to thank all the SRO collaboratives, Chinatown, Mission, and Central City. Thank you for your input in putting this together, and thank you, Supervisor Aaron Peskin, for putting this all together before us today. I'm really proud to honor your work and to support this.
All right, Supervisor Kim, before you got here, Supervisor Sheehy and I added our names as well to this. Great. Oh, okay, I didn't. Sorry. All right, now, without any further ado, let's go take it to the people. Let's hear what they have got to say. All right, just as a reminder, I've got a stack of cards here, so we're going to do this orderly. No one person is going to have more time. When that bell rings, that means your time is up. 2 minutes. You'll hear a soft chime at 30 seconds, at 30 seconds indicating that you have a remaining 30 seconds left. So first, we've got from the Michigan SRO Collaborative, Maria Aviles, followed by Katie, followed by Roshan Pressman, Shirag, and then Tim. And then we'll go on to SOMCAM. So in order to help move this transition a little bit smoothly, let's queue up and get ready so when the speakers speak, the next person is ready to go. Either microphone works. Maria, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Buenas tardes a todos los señores supervisores. Muchas gracias por el espacio que nos dieron para expresarnos.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for the space that you've given us for us to express ourselves.
Yo soy una trabajadora de alcance desde hace tiempo del área de la misión para los hoteles Azaros.
I am an outreach worker for a while now in the mission area for SRO hotels.
So I'm going to ask the lady to translate. You can just stand over at this podium.
Ok, mi preocupación como trabajadora de alcance de estos hoteles
My worry as an outreach worker in these hotels
es que en estos tiempos ya estamos viendo que se están perdiendo muchos de estos hoteles para las familias.
is that in these times we're seeing that we're losing a lot of these hotels for families' use.
Y los pocos que quedan están a un precio muy alto.
And the few that remain are at a very high price.
Todos sabemos que estamos en tiempos difíciles. Los sueldos que ganan nuestras familias no les alcanzan para pagar un lugar mejor de donde están.
And we know that we're living in difficult times, and the salaries that our families are earning do not allow them to find a place better than where they're at.
Están en espacios muy pequeños, están sufriendo de maltrato
They're in small spaces and they suffer from mistreatment
y discriminación.
and discrimination.
Entonces yo les pregunto, si ustedes están a sabiendas de que todos nuestros niños tienen derecho a una vivienda digna.
So I ask you, if you believe that all of our children have the right to dignified housing,
¿Por qué hasta este momento se ha hecho tan poco?
why up till now so little has been done?
Se está violando ese derecho de nuestros niños de tener una vivienda digna.
The rights of our children to dignified housing are being violated.
Muchas gracias y ojalá y en este momento ahora sí puedan hacer algo por nuestras familias.
Thank you, and hopefully in this moment you can and will do something on behalf of our families.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm a staff member at the Mission SRO Collaborative. Thank you so much for having this space for us today and hearing this. We really appreciate it. So at the Mission SRO Collaborative, one of our responsibilities is going door to door and doing outreach at the hotels, at the SROs, as Maria talked about. And we connect them with crucial resources and with each other to build community. And so I think that we have a unique perspective as on-the-ground witnesses to this work. And so I'm here to present some information and some data from our research that shows that we need stronger enforcement. I'm going to speak about 5 hotels in the Mission in particular. The Mirabelle at 1906 Mission Street told us at the front desk in 2015 that they were all tourist units. The report in January 2015 that they filed reported 0 tourist units. The Tropicana or Tropica has 1 residential tenant remaining. We have booked a room there on Airbnb, and their reported tourist units is 0. El Capitan, they have a tenant has told us almost everyone is tourists, and they don't let us in. And one of the interesting things in their report is that they have 43 vacant rooms out of 87 total rooms, which in a housing crisis and in a tourist city like San Francisco is hard to believe. So these are just 3 examples, and there are more that we could talk about where clearly the report isn't lining up with what we see on the ground, and there's a need for much stronger enforcement. At the rate that this is going, in these past 2 years, we've had an 8% loss of SRO housing stock in the Mission alone. So at that rate, not counting loss from market-based housing or other conversions, but at that rate, that it means that in less than 25 years, all SRO housing will be gone. Including conversions to market rate housing, it's probably about less than.
Thank you. Is it Roshan? Roshan, come on down.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
My name's Roshan. Is this better? Can you hear me? Okay. My name's Roshan. I was born and raised in San Francisco, California, and I'm currently the Mission SRO Collaborative Families Program Coordinator. And I'm here today just to say that during these unprecedented times, we ought to be doing everything we can to protect the vulnerable populations of this city, including individuals and families residing in these SRO hotels. And we need to close the loopholes that give advantages to tourists and that protect landlords who are looking to make a profit at the expense of others. And we really ask you to vote for the proposed changes and to move them onto the full board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your work. Chirag Bhatta.
Hi. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Chirag Bhatta. I'm also a born and raised San Franciscan. Currently at Mission Housing. Today I'm also representing United to Save the Mission, which is a coalition of 20 community-based organizations doing social justice work in the Mission. And I also am formally of the Mission SRO Collaborative. I do want to thank Supervisor Peskin for taking lead on this. I also want to thank all the SRO collaboratives and grassroots organizations who do a lot of the people power work that is needed to bring these problems here and to bring solutions here as well. This is something that I was working on when I was at the collaborative. It is needed, it is necessary, and it is now time to pass it. Innovative exploitation of loopholes in a decades-old law is not an act worthy of continuation, and so therefore we must find ways to ensure that our people are supported. We must be willing to re-examine the regulations that exist in which, in times of crisis, are inept at protecting those whom are most vulnerable. This piece of legislation is an attempt at just that, an attempt at not only defending the city's current housing stock, but at sending a message to all those who seek to abuse market situations for their own personal gain. The gig is up now. Mission Housing stands behind these changes. United to Save the Mission stands behind these changes. And considering you all have added your names as co-sponsors, thank you for standing behind these changes.
Thank you. Next, I have Tim, followed by Gail Gilman, followed by Tommy Avicoli Mecca, and then we'll hear from Randy Shaw.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you to Aaron Peskin's office for leading the charge in this. And I just want to say that, especially in these times, if San Francisco is committing itself to being a sanctuary city, we do need to protect these rooms. A lot of these rooms are houses for immigrants. Furthermore, if you're going to make laws, you're going to have to update them, right? And so are we just going to keep the laws as weak as they are, or are we actually going to have some laws with teeth? For example, if you believe in the alternative fact that these hotels will build more units if they rent them out to tourist units, you can take a look at the hearing that was going to happen about a couple months ago to convert the 6 SRO hotel units into tourist rooms in the central city. That didn't get heard, probably because they knew that it was pretty much BS, that was actually what was going to happen. The rooms aren't comparable. You need to update these laws to have actual, intended effects rather than just look good on paper. That in addition to the fact that, if you don't get the hotel owners to have the ability to be inspected by DBI, then you don't have any teeth on the law. If you don't have teeth, then things aren't going to get better. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, it was actually 6 buildings with 241 units, just so that everybody knows.
Next speaker, please. All right. Gail Gilman.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Gail Gilman, DBI Commissioner, and I'm here to let you know how much, on behalf of the Commission, we thank Supervisors Peskin office and all the supervisors who've co-sponsored this legislation. Back in the spring at the Commission, we were walked through by staff the conversion process, and at that time we recognized that many of the clauses and rules in Chapter 41 were antiquated, and for today's housing market and reality needed to be updated. We're here to say, and I sent a letter as well, that we appreciate the inclusive way that both Supervisor Peskin and Supervisor Kim's office went about crafting this legislation. Beyond involving advocacy groups, many of which DBI funds, DBI staff were there at day one, helping craft this in a way that would work for our staff on the ground to enforce these laws and also would help our community. We also involved SRO owners, who many of them want to do the right thing and want to abide by it, and really have a shadow cast on them when bad operators abuse the law and use it for pure profit. We're again here to say we support this legislation, and I want to thank you on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker is Tommy Avicoli Mecca. Oh, please, come on up. If you want to come, that's fine.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Lara. He trabajado por 17 años con las familias que viven en hoteles residenciales.
Good afternoon. My name is Araceli Lara, and I've worked for 17 years with families that live in residential hotels.
Y ese es el peor momento que tienen las familias viviendo en los hoteles residenciales.
And this is the worst moment that our families are going through having lived in residential hotels.
Primero porque las rentas han subido excesivamente. Antes la gente pagaba $300 a $500. Hoy pagan $1,500 por un cuarto de hotel.
First, because the rents have been raised exorbitantly. Families used to pay $300 to $500, and now families are paying $1,500 for one room in a hotel.
Es algo tan doloroso de ver que las familias están sufriendo tanto, una discriminación tan grande.
It's so painful to see that families are suffering so much in this and suffering against great discrimination.
De parte de los ricos y poderosos, porque ellos no piensan en el bienestar de los niños, solo piensan en el dinero para ellos.
Discrimination by the rich and powerful, because they're not thinking about the well-being of the children, they're only thinking about their own benefit.
Yo me acuerdo hace 17 años que yo entré a trabajar aquí, esos hoteles estaban en malas condiciones. Y DBI junto con nosotros hemos trabajado fuerte para que esos hoteles cambien.
And I remember 17 years ago, in the beginning of my work, the conditions were very bad, and we've worked together with DBI. We've done a strong effort with DBI to ensure that these conditions change.
Porque se les reporta cada cosa que está malo en cada hotel y ellos mandan a los supervisores a ver cómo está y en qué les pueden ayudar.
Because people can report what's going wrong in each hotel, and DBI sends somebody that can help them.
Y ahora que ya los hoteles están cambiados, que están más o menos limpios, les arreglan todo, ya vienen los ricos y poderosos a querer hacer hoteles para gente que viene de otros lugares a usurpar el lugar de nuestras familias.
And now that the conditions in the hotels are better, that they are cleaner, the rich and powerful do come to take the place of our families.
Por eso, señores supervisores, queremos su ayuda. Trabajemos juntos para poder hacer cambios para nuestras familias vulnerables.
That's why, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors, we ask to come together with you to make changes for our most vulnerable families.
Gracias. Creemos en ustedes. Queremos seguir creyendo en ustedes.
Thank you. We believe in you, and we want to continue to believe in you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Tommy Avicoli Mecca from the Housing Rights Committee. We are 100% in support of this legislation, and we're very grateful to Supervisor Peskin for introducing this. This is long overdue. It's something we have been noticing at my office in our counseling clinic as we see tenants who come in from SROs and who are reporting what's happening in the SROs and the loss of rooms and hotels and the fact that they can't afford them anymore. I won't repeat what other people have said. I certainly am in agreement with all the other speakers who have been before this mic, but I want to add something that I guess has not been pointed out yet, and that is that the SRO hotels have always been a place where LGBT folks have been able to find a room. If you go way back into the 70s, in Harvey Milk's time, the hotels were places when people arrived here, working class, poor, LGBT folks, especially young people who were escaping horrible conditions. They came here, and often the hotel rooms were their first residences before they were able to afford to get an apartment of their own. That's not the case anymore, unfortunately, because, as other speakers have said, the costs of hotel rooms are very high. So we have young people. We know that 40% of homeless youth in this city identify as LGBT. We know a lot of people with AIDS who end up on the streets because they can't afford a hotel room. What's happening now with the converting of these rooms into higher priced rooms is just making it more difficult for those folks to be able to get a hotel room. So I know that everybody on this committee is in support of this legislation. I'm glad. So I hope it goes before the board as soon as possible and gets passed quickly because we desperately need this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Randy Shaw.
Thank you, Supervisor. Randy Shaw, Director of the Tenderloin Housing Clinic. I want to start by thanking Supervisor Cohen and She for joining as co-sponsors. And, you know, for me, who was here in 1980 when we had a real brawl and a battle to get any moderate, watered-down version of this ordinance passed, and then I spent almost every year in the 1980s trying to get minor amendments passed, and it was a brawl each time with many reversals. And it wasn't until 1990 that we really closed the major loopholes, and that was a process that began in August of '89. We had 6 hearings, and it didn't become law until May 1990. So this is a revolution in change of attitudes on the board and in the city. There's not even people coming down really that much opposition, and I think that's a great sign for the future of San Francisco because it used to be a very lonely battle. Steve Collier and I and Tim Lee, we used to all fight for these battles to save the SROs, and it was like people didn't even know what SROs were. Every time someone joined the Board of Supervisors, we have to meet with them and explain to them what an SRO was. Oh, you mean people don't have kitchens? No, they don't. They don't. Not a private bathroom? No, really. And they pay that much money? And it was like an education thing, but now you guys all get it right off the bat. So it's really, really rewarding. And I just want to mention that, you know, the internet made this reform necessary. When we passed the law, 7-day rentals, we thought you can't make a living renting 7 days to tourists. But with the internet, everyone's got it moving with the 3 days. They move out and they move someone else in. And it's become the total scam through the internet. So there has to be the change. So thank you all, and thank you, Supervisor Peskin in particular, for taking the lead.
Thank you for your support, Randy.
Randy, part of that process of evolution probably has to do with you and your entire team of educating people. So you deserve a good pat on the back for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Pei Huan Zhang from Community Tenants Association, followed by Jordan Davis, followed by Hui Ying Lee, I believe it says. Then I have one for Hui Ling Yu, Cynthia Gomez, Ian Lewis, and Raymond Castillo. Hello, welcome.
Hello，各位市參事午安，我係代表社區住客聯會裴建章。
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ms. Pei-Jin Jiang. I'm a representative from the Community Tenants Association.
今天我帶同40名會員出席委員會，為支持市參事會加強監管散房用途改變法案。
Today we had over 50 members who attended who are here today to urge our supervisors to close the loophole on the usage of SRO, and we have our members standing up here right behind us.
我們對於一些為賺錢趁機將散房改為酒店得屋主表示極為反感。
We are very much against SRO owner who have tried to use many opportunities to convert these residential units into tourist hotels.
我們更欺騙住客用不合嘅條件得單位進行所謂對岸。
I was very much disgusted by the fact that these owners had tried to cover up the so-called replacement units that are clearly incompatible.
更故意將散房留空不出租，使移民及低收入家庭租房難上加難。
And deliberately leaving room vacant and not renting them to residents, making it even harder for immigrants and low-income families to find affordable housing.
居住散房對移民、低收入家庭及老人不是一種自由嘅選擇。
To many low-income families, new immigrants, and seniors, choosing to live in an SRO is not a free choice.
而是沒有其他選擇得唯一嘅選擇。我們不要華埠、田德龍區、米鎮區成為遊客服務社區。這些屋主的做法純粹就是為了利益出發，是對我哋 社區散房居民及市戶非常不尊重。
It is often the only choice for low-income families and new residents because they have no other choice. We do not want Chinatown, the Tenderloin, and the Mission turning into areas that are only well-suited for tourists. The actions of these owners are purely profit-driven and is very disrespectful to our community, to the residents who are living in SRO, and to City Hall.
市府設立散房改變用途，是為了保留這個對社區非常重要的房源。既然現在有人透過法律 流動使我們家園受到威脅，我們懇請市府必須要重視，通過修正法案建議。多謝大家。
The very purpose of these laws that were originally is to protect the housing source of SRO for our families. And now that we have people that are trying to use the loophole to threaten our homes, and therefore I urge City Hall, please look at this very problem very seriously and approve this amendment measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jordan Davis. I live in the TL, but I'm in the Leadership Academy with the Mission SRO Collaborative. And I support HCO 2.0 because this is our town, not company town. I come to you today as a person who lives in an SRO that is not only located close to a tourist district, but the majority of units, including mine, have private bathrooms, believe it or not. That makes me especially vulnerable to being kicked out on the cold, wet streets. And as a disabled transgender woman, I think that I need that unit far more than some tourist who only cares about the Golden Gate Bridge, the cable cars, and scarfing down double-doubles at the In-N-Out on the wharf. Yes, I invoked identity politics here, but as a disabled trans woman, I am worried enough about what Donald Trump will do to people like me. I shouldn't have to worry about dying on the streets because the local mini-Trumps in real estate and tourism want to make a buck. And can I say that I'm glad that, supervisors across the spectrum are supporting this, coming together to support this. And I just want to say in conclusion, don't be Trump light. Please approve this bill and keep marginalized people in their homes.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to rain on your parade, but we really do have a no applause rule in the board chambers, only because it just slows down the process a little bit. But there we go. You got it back there. If you like what you hear, just give us a spirit finger wave. It looks really good. Folks at home can see it. And if you don't like what you hear, just do a thumbs down, okay? No booing, no hissing, but just a simple thumbs down. We appreciate you for that. All right, next speaker, welcome. Thank you. It's yours.
各位委員大家好，我叫崔英露，我係一個散房家庭嘅住戶。
Hi, supervisors. Good afternoon. I'm Hui Ying Lu. I'm one of the SRO families.
我係支持散房家庭呢個修訂嘅法案嘅。因為我係一個單親嘅家庭，我係負擔唔起咧而家昂貴嘅租房嘅租金。
I'm in full support of the amendments to the legislation. I'm a single parent in the family. I can't afford expensive rent.
如果冇咗呢啲住房嘅話咧，我哋將會冇辦法承受出邊嘅租金，就變咗係無家可歸者啦。所以咧，我好支持呢個修訂法案。
For us, without SRO units, we become homeless. So it's very important that we could keep the SRO units and pass the legislation.
與此同時咧，我亦都好希望我都係同好多嘅家庭一樣，好希望咧有一個更好住宅嘅環境，俾到我哋嘅家人啊，同埋下一代咧，又有一個好嘅發展嘅空間。因此咧，更加希望咧市府咧能夠提供更多嘅低收入嘅住房。
At the same time, like all SRO families, we are seeking better housing, a growing space for our kids. So we hope that we all work together to push for better housing for our children too.
好多謝。
Thank you.
大家好，我係 Wailing Yu， 我係住喺唐人埠散房嘅低收入家庭。我2015年嚟到美國，當時想租一間散房都好難。當時嘅租金已經去到1000，喺冇散房租住嘅情況下邊，我只好同我嘅家婆逼埋喺一間火柴盒咁狹窄嘅空間入邊一齊住。連瞓覺嘅地方都成咗問題，咁就證明當時嗰個散房嘅供應量係根本唔足夠嘅。
Okay. Hi everyone. Hi supervisors. My name is Hui Ling Yu. I'm one of the SRO families in Chinatown. I'm in full support of the amendments. I came to the U.S. in 2015, a couple years ago. At that time, the rent is already around over $1,000 for a small room. We could not find any place. It was hard looking for SRO even. We have no way but squeeze in our in-laws' tiny SRO. It's like a matchbox size. No room to live, no room to sleep. However, this is a situation that we are facing.
據我所知，到目前我好多朋友都暫時都仲未租到屋。咁因為啲散房一有空置搬出，就立即有人租入。另外呢，好多業主都唔願意租俾我哋有細路嘅家庭，又或者將空置嘅單位團置起身，作為旅客單位嘅用途，導致嗰個散房越嚟越少。可想而知，我哋嘅生活嘅無助同埋艱辛。
Okay. I have a lot of friends looking for SROs, but they couldn't get any. There are no room available. A lot of landlords said, we are not renting to families with children. And then owners are converting some of the SROs into tourist use also, making fewer and fewer opportunities for us to look for even SRO housing.
目前嗰個散房仲要改變用途，令我哋已經住緊散房嘅家庭嗰啲人更加心慌，咁擔心隨時會俾嗰個業主逼遷，甚至變成無家可歸者。雖然目前嗰個政府會提供一啲可負擔嗰啲房屋，但係就最近推出嗰個可負擔房屋，一間670到691尺嘅房，如果係連嗰個水電費或者雜費嘅話，都達到2000蚊以上，我哋根本負擔唔起。而且佢推出呢類可負擔嘅房屋嗰個數量好少，申請嘅人又多，根本就好難被抽中，大家都要靠運氣，但大多數我哋都冇咁樣嘅運氣。
Okay. Because of the shortage in the SRO housing even, making us, the families, the people in SROs, are worried about being evicted, becoming homeless. Even affordable housing out of our reach. We have seen 670 feet around the size room. It's about $2,000. That's not affordable for the low-income people. It's a matter of luck, and a lot of our families are out of luck.
佩斯金參市提出防止業主用手法更改散房用途嘅議案，我支持呢個修訂協議。而家嗰個散房以少之極少。更加唔希望散房嘅流失，希望大家考慮我哋嘅感受同埋難處。除咗保留現有嘅散房之外，仲提供多啲低收入嘅住屋。最後希望大家都支持保存散房嘅住屋，反對單位嘅流失。Thank you.
Thank you. Now that Supervisor Peskin had come up with this amendment, we hope that as soon as possible we can pass it and keep our affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cynthia Gomez, Ian Lewis, Raymond Castillo.
That's me.
All right, come on down. It's good to see you again. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Supervisor. My name is Raymond Castillo. I work for the Saddle Market Community Action Network, or SOMCAN for short. Our organization is based in the Saddle Market with Jane Kim's district. So thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for bringing forth this legislation, and the rest of the supervisors who support this legislation. We're also part of the SRO Collaborative. Right now, I just want to talk about, the families that we serve in the Saddle Market. SRO conversion, condo conversion is one of the costs and one of the reasons why families are being pushed out in the street. It's also the reason why a lot of families are leaving the city. It's the main reason of gentrification in our neighborhood. Now, when we say homelessness, we're not just talking, there's not just an individual person or one person. We also have families who are homeless. We have families that are homeless right now as we speak. Now, we've been trying to help people applying for affordable housing, but we all know that's a long process and it takes time and years, right? That's why it's important that we protect and preserve our SRO housing. Now, SRO housing is not ideal housing, but it is a roof over our heads. It's a good stepping stone while families are waiting to get into this affordable housing, right? So I want to thank you guys for supporting this legislation. Let's work together and make change and keep our families in this city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Castillo. All right, next speakers I have, after Ian, I'll have Juvie Barbonio, Araceli Lara, Andrea Manzo, Kevin Stull, and Tony Robles.
Hi, Supervisors. Thank you, Ian Lewis, Research Director for the Hotel and Restaurant Workers Local 2. The hotel market, we've all watched over the last few years as the hotel market hits record highs of property values. And what that means is a growing incentive for owners of SRO hotels to convert to tourist hotels. Doing that would be a tragedy not just for our city, but for our city's hotel industry. Many hotel workers in this city live in SRO hotels, including nearly a dozen who lived at the cluster of 6 hotels that most recently applied to try and convert to tourist hotels. To push people out of this kind of housing means pushing the workers who keep our tourist economy vibrant to the distant reaches of our region. And that's just further exacerbating this crisis that working people have in this town, and that's making our economy cease to function the way it does. Hotel workers, working class people deserve to live in this city. Rent-controlled housing, affordable housing like SROs, we need to do a lot more to protect them. This legislation is nothing but common sense. Please pass it on and vote it into law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Juvie Barbonio. I'm a family organizer at Saddle Market Community Action Network. As an organizer, I assist and advocate families in applying for affordable housing. But with the high cost of living in our city and with the limited affordable housing for families, we end up applying for housing in an SRO hotels. SRO hotels at the moment is the only source of housing that our families can afford. It is the SRO hotel right now that saves our families for being homeless. So we urge our supervisor to please save our SRO hotels and create measures to prevent owners in prioritizing tourists in renting this room. Also, on behalf of our families, we stand in support of Supervisor Piskin's legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Kevin Stahl. I'm a pedestrian safety organizer with the Central City SRO Collaborative, and I'm here to speak in support of the hotel conversion ordinance amendments. I've lived in SROs for almost 15 years, and while it's not glamorous and not considered socially acceptable housing conditions, it is still housing and is affordable, adequate, and a lot better than living on the streets or in a shelter. I have nothing against the hotel or tourist industries, but I do when my housing and the rest of the city's SRO units are threatened by being rented out to people who don't even want to live in them long term. Plus, with all the talk about the housing crisis and ending homelessness in San Francisco, how can we do that if these units won't be used to get people off the streets and into a place to live? I want to thank Supervisor Peskin for all his hard work, and I urge you all to support these amendments and to save our stock of SRO units and stop renting them out to tourists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mesa de supervisores. Mi nombre es Andrea Manso. Soy una mujer transgénero latina inmigrante. Vengo por la colaborativa de hoteles residenciales de la Misión.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alejandra Manso. I am a immigrant Latina trans woman, and I am here with the Mission SRO Collaborative.
Estoy aquí para que apoyen a los residentes de los hoteles residenciales y ya no haya más desalojo para convertirlos en hoteles para turistas.
I'm here to ask you to support the residents of residential hotels so that there may be no more evictions of people so that these units are converted for tourist use.
Yo he estado sin hogar, sin homeless, ¿cómo se dice? Yo he estado homeless por algún tiempo y yo sé que es muy difícil salir, más si eres que eres de la clase pobre, que no tienes muchos recursos para salir adelante, pero gracias a Dios salí de esa situación y encontré un lugar donde vivir, pero también he sido desalojada de esos lugares por el alto costo que ahora es vivir en la Misión.
So I've been without a home for a period of time. I've been homeless, and I understand how hard it is. Thankfully, I was able to fight out of that situation and find a place in a hotel, but I have been kicked out of my hotel room twice. And I'm here so that does not continue to happen in the Mission.
Ahora tengo 2 años viviendo en un hotel residencial en Tenderloin y tengo miedo de que ser uno de las próximas que nos desalojen en el hotel por el alto costo. A mí se me haría muy difícil encontrar una vivienda justa ahora.
So I've been living in a hotel room for 2 years now in the Tenderloin, but I fear with these rising prices and values of rooms that I might lose my housing again. It would be very difficult to find another place with these high prices.
Gracias y ojalá apoyen la enmienda que estamos peleando. Gracias.
Thank you, and hopefully you can support this amendment that we're fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony Robles. After Tony, I've got a few more cards. I've got Teresa Dorich. Say it again? Flandrick. Teresa Flandrick. Brenda Washington. Gail Seagraves. Miriam M. Maria Cisneros. Diana Martinez. Gregory Ledbetter. Rio Scharf. And last call for Cynthia Gomez.
Supervisors, committee members, thank you for introducing this piece of legislation. My name is Tony Robles. I work for an organization called Senior and Disability Action. Seniors have been very hard hit by the affordability crisis and the housing crunch here in San Francisco. They have shouldered much of the burden of this crisis. For many seniors, the SRO hotels are the only housing they can get. And to put that in danger is to put seniors in danger of being homeless. I have seen that scenario happen, and we know that when seniors and people with disabilities become homeless, their lives are very much in danger. This legislation and the amendments is very much an issue of common sense. It's a long time coming. It gives residential tenants protections under the law. It de-incentivizes illegal conversions and the practice of musical rooming and other schemes that SRO owners and operators have used on their tenants for many, many years. And it also gives DBI more authority and enforcement powers to actually monitor our SRO housing stock. Again, seniors have, and people with disabilities have a hard enough time just navigating day-to-day living issues. Having the added stress of losing their homes should not be added to that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa?
Good afternoon. Teresa Flandrick, And I'm today representing North Beach Tenants Committee because the past year and a half we've had a lot of people come in and talk about being afraid they're going to lose their SRO rooms because the new owner or the new management is now no longer renting to permanent residents or to San Franciscans, rather to tourists. They're very worried when they ask about maybe having a senior friend who's looking for a place to live. They're told, well, no, we're not doing any more renting, but rooms are remaining vacant. I want you to know that these are communities, the SROs that I'm most familiar with in my neighborhood. One in particular was Casa Costanza, which then was sold, was bought, and an attempt to evict people and to create a tourist hotel out of this. This is where 82-year-old Vincenzo lived, having worked as a fisherman with Palladini Fisheries his entire life here. But Angela Alioto came to his rescue, apparently, according to Vincenzo. And so I'm glad that supervisors are again coming to the rescue. We need to preserve these communities. They are communities. People depend on each other. These are the fishermen, the longshoremen, in the SROs that I'm most familiar with. And I know there are families, I know there are elders in other SROs also in the neighborhood, and I'm just so glad you're doing something about this right now. And remember, these are people and communities, so let's keep their homes affordable. I also just found an ad for Casa Melissa, this same place where it is actually advertised as a tourist hotel, and $1,500. Thank you.
Hook 'em, Dano.
Yeah. Thank you. Next speaker.
These your glasses? Ma'am, your glasses?
Teresa, I think your glasses are left up here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Martinez, the program manager of the Mission SRO Collaborative, a program of Dolores Street Community Services. And we are enthusiastically in support of the hotel conversion ordinance amendments. We particularly support the new definition of residential rooms from 7 days to 32 days. This will close the loophole that allows tourists to book rooms for 7 days and then check out early. This is a common practice that hotel or SRO owners and landlords use to get around the fact that they have to report all the tourists staying where they are. You will probably get visits from many SRO owners and landlords telling you that they are renting out to so many tenants and families, and you may see reports that mirror these statements. Well, I encourage you to visit those very SROs and meet their so-called tenants staying there. I guarantee you will find what we have found when we do outreach: a hotel full of tourists, sightseeing brochures at the front desk, and no accurate reporting. Landlords will paint SRO tenants in a biased classist light. They'll make them out to be bad people who don't pay rent and trash the hotel. But landlords already have so many protections against people who violate their lease. SRO tenants need more protection, and that's a fact. We at Mizrock work with SRO tenants and visit these SROs every day, and we have found that the tenants are thoughtful, hardworking families, students, children, mothers, artists, and people with disabilities. They're smart and they're politically engaged. So we love the amendments to the HCO, and we want to thank those of you who are sponsoring and co-sponsoring it, and we will work tirelessly to support your thoughtful and life-changing work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Brenda Washington?
Brenda.
Oh. Sorry, I got Brenda Washington up next. Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Brenda Washington. I am with the SRO Collaborative, and I do work with Seniors Disability Action also. I'm a senior. I've lived here my whole life. I'm a resident of SRO that I've been living in permanently for the last 7 years. And I was around back in the day when Randy was talking about how they used to shuffle us around like cattle. You go to this hotel, that hotel for a week, everybody was pushing a cart with their belongings in it and going back and forth, you know. And I've also been on a committee to catch hotel people that would rent me a room for overnight. I've heard it with my own ears. I've seen it, and it's really bad. They're trying to get us out because it's all about money. And I would really appreciate for me and all of my companions here that we get to the bottom of this, because we need our SROs really, really bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. I love Brenda.
All right, next speaker. Come on down.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Miriam.
Miriam?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, my name is Miriam.
Es mucho más atractivo rentar cuartos a corto plazo.
It's much more attractive to lease rooms.
Y a turistas y estudiantes que vienen con padres que tienen dinero de otros países para poder rentar esos cuartos con corto plazo.
To lease rooms on a short-term basis to tourists and to students that have families that have a lot of money.
Una de mis preocupaciones que yo he tenido es que yo trabajo en el área de Soma y he visto vivir las familias críticamente.
One of the things that worries me as someone that works in the SOMA is seeing the critical conditions that our families are living under.
Donde las familias tienen lo básico, su cama, su pequeña ropa que tienen, un televisor y un mueblecito donde comer, una mesa.
Where families have only the most basic things, their bed, just a little bit of clothes, maybe a TV, and something to eat on top of, furniture to eat on top of.
Estas familias no tienen condiciones como donde tener sus necesidades, como bañarse personalmente en su cuarto o su vivienda. Tienen que compartir cocina y baño.
They don't have their most basic necessities, like somewhere to bathe privately. They don't have a bathroom. They don't have their own kitchen.
La verdad es una preocupación para mí que dónde va a ir toda esta familia que tienen argumentos muy pocos para tener una renta alta aquí en San Francisco.
And I really wonder where all these families are going to go that have so little resources to be able to pay a high rent here in San Francisco.
Por favor, si ustedes pueden hacer algo y está en sus manos, lo dejamos a que lo tomen con una fuerte visión, que vean la realidad de este país que estamos viviendo aquí en San Francisco y en otros más.
And I ask you, since you have this in your hands, to consider the reality that we're living here in San Francisco and across the country.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Gail Seagraves, and I'm a tenant organizer with the Central City SRO Collaborative. And I'm here in support of the SRO hotel conversion. Like Brenda, I was also on that committee that made phone calls and walked in to these SROs that were not supposed to be renting to tourists, and they were. And so we busted quite a few. So it's so important for the community, for those of us in SROs and those that need to be in SROs, that we update this law. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you,
Thank
Gail.
you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Greg Ledbetter. I'm a proud member of the Mission SRO Collaborative, which is a project of the Dolores Street Community Services. I'm here to support Supervisor Peskin's changes, and owners of these hotels, they need to be held responsible for the HCO violations. The changes proposed would give DBI the authority to do just that. I'm sorry, my notes
Okay.
is fines should be increased to ensure compliance, and measures put into place so that charter serves the people it is meant to serve. With the state of emergency on housing here in our city, the city, please don't let the residents of San Francisco down. Supervisor Peskin, thank you for your hard work, and I hope you guys continue to serve our city well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, supervisors and listening audience. My name is Ace, A-C-E, and I stay in the SRO, but I'm also here supporting you, Peskin. But I got some big problems with these roguish developers that are managing these SROs. I currently, right now, just recovering from surgery in San Francisco General. I walk in City Hall and they all say, hey, so we understand you're finna get some housing over there at Armstrong. And so all the policymakers and movers and shakers already know that I'm getting housing, but then when they get to the application, it's stopped because of a SRO and at 15, and one of the owners is standing right out there. He act like he don't know or understand who I'm talking to, Mr. Randy Shaw. And he has about 13 or 14 buildings that one of the biggest recipients of your funding. And most of all of his projects are landlords. Now, the thing that I was at on 15, the Royal Land, was one of the better ones that they housed, but the management went down. People got stabbed there. It was unsafe. So I told Randy Shaw and the rest of them I wasn't paying another damn dime until they come and take care of mine. And so what happened was, eventually I got evicted out the sucker, and they was going to pay the rent. These other agency was going to pay the rent, but Randy Shaw and them said, we refuse to get the money for ACE. And they say, I'm a menace. Now, the only thing that relates me with menace is got ACE at the end of menace. So I am so sick and tired of all these roguish developers, and the city and county is finna fund these people hundreds of millions of dollars to look out for the homeless and people like myself, where they don't give a damn. Now, I'm speaking for the rest of them, but I'm speaking for mine, Randy Shaw. Them are roguish. I don't know why y'all funding them. I'm going to further my investigation to show that they need some investigation of these SROs.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Maria Cisneros. Oh, okay. Diana Martinez. Rio Sharf. Come on down, Rio.
Good afternoon, Land Use Committee. My name is Rio Sharf. I'm a community organizer with Tenderloin Housing Clinic and the Central City SRO Collaborative, here to support the HCO amendments, but I'm actually going to cede my time to SRO tenant Michael Harrington here, whose speaker card is later.
Thank you, Rio. Appreciate that. Next speaker, please.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Michael Harrington.
Hi, Michael.
I work with the Central City Collaborative at 48 Turk Street. I am also one of the people that were making phone calls to try to catch the hotel owners renting to tourists. And I live in a SRO, and I'm very blessed to be in one because I do not want to go back out on the streets. So please, we need to update the rules and the regulations, and I support your legislation. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you. That's what we're here for. Okay, Fernando Marti is the last card I have. If there's anyone else that'd like to speak on this item, please do so quickly. Come up to the podium. And last call for Maria Cisneros, Cynthia Gomez, and Diana Martinez. Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Corey Smith on behalf of the 300 members of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. We are supportive of the legislation. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, and thank you for sponsoring this legislation. My name is Fernando Marti with the Council of Community Housing Organizations in support of the legislation. In particular, I wanted to point out the definitions for comparable units that were added to this. I think as affordable housing developers, it's very important for us that, as we saw in the hotel conversion attempt in the beginning of or at the end of last year, that when potential conversion units are presented, that they actually become low-income units as are defined in the amendments that are presented to you. And for example, that proposal that had come before the Planning Commission was proposing as the conversion a project that was presented on their website as a project that would be for millennials and others who choose to live in the urban core, seeking a place that provides a sense of place. So here you are, at the first purpose-built environment for the 21st century urban user group. Well, let me tell you, urban user group is the folks who live in the Tenderloin, in South of Market, in the Mission, in our SROs, and we need to create housing that serves those folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, last speaker, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Raul Fernandez Berriozabal. I'm here representing the SRO Families United Collaborative. I want to thank Supervisor Peskin, Supervisor Kim for this legislation. As you know, we're facing an unprecedented housing crisis in this city, perhaps the most affluent city in the United States. It is not news. We have more than 3,300 homeless children in the San Francisco Unified School District. The SROs are for many the last resource. It used to be the last resource. Now they're becoming a hot commodity due to the gentrification process that this city is facing. So we're here to provide our unconditional support to this legislation and thank the Department of Building Inspection for the support of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, public comment is closed at this time. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, and thank you, Supervisor Sheehy, for your co-sponsorship. Profound thanks to all of the moving testimony and testifiers that we heard from today. Thank you, one and all. I have one teeny tiny technical minor amendment on page 6 at line 21 and would like to make a motion that we strike the last 4 letters on that line so that it ends at permanent resident, and then we strike or prospective permanent resident. So if there's no objection to that.
Without objection, that motion passes.
And then would like to send the item as amended to the full board with recommendation for hearing next Tuesday, January 31st, 2017.
All right, without objection, we accept that motion. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Peskin. Congratulations to all the hard work. All right, Mr. Peskin, before you go, let's go back. Madam Clerk, could you bring item number 1 back before us?
Yes, item number 1 is an ordinance amending the subdivision code to require that the design of a subdivision for a tentative map or parcel map provide for communication services facilities to each parcel.
All right, thank you.
Madam
we had
Chair,
a question. Yes.
After a brief side chat with Deputy City Attorney Givner, I have not had a chance to speak with the Office of the Maker. I would like to suggest that we insert some language that says, as those 3 state public utilities code sections may be amended from time to time by the state legislature, or words to that effect, which if Mr. Givner can incorporate into the matter, I will make that as a motion for item number 1.
All right, motion accepted, and without objection, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right.
Recess.
Madam Clerk?
Item number 3?
No, ma'am. We're going to take a 30-minute recess.
Yes.
Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to come back into session. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think the last piece of business was item 1. If I'm not mistaken, I think we introduced the amendment and we accepted the amendment, but we did not vote on the item as amended.
That's correct.
Thank you. So could we get another motion and then we'll take a vote?
Madam Chair, insofar as I made the amendment, I would like to move the item as amended to the full board with recommendation.
All right, thank you. And that item passes without objection. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please call item 3.
Yes, item number 3 is an ordinance amending the planning code to establish a citywide transportation demand management program to require development projects to incorporate design features, incentives, and tools that support sustainable forms of transportation.
All right, thank you. I'm the sponsor of this item. The TDM ordinance is the third component of our city's transportation sustainability program, which is aimed to improve our transportation system as our city begins to, or continually accommodates for new growth. The Planning Department and the MTA have been working on this program for nearly 2 years, and what we have before us today is the result of an extensive and robust outreach process by the Planning Department and MTA staff with the public and transportation advocates, developers, and stakeholders. So, colleagues, well, at least Supervisor Peskin, you may recall, Supervisor Sheehy, we heard this item. We continued this item from December. Since then, the Planning Department, MTA, and my office have been working to resolve some of the outstanding issues. We've heard from a number of the stakeholders. I will be introducing a number of amendments resulting from these resulting from the conversations today. But first, I just wanted to take a moment and to acknowledge the team of the Planning Department. And I want to recognize MTA staff who've been working on the development of this program, and they've done an incredible job. Thank you very much. I now want to bring up our illustrious director of the Planning Department, Mr. John Ram. He gave me a frown. Maybe he's not so illustrious. I don't know. I think highly of him. I like him. He's a hard worker. After Director Ram, we're going to hear from Ms. Cheryl Brinkman, who's the Vice Chair of SF MTA Board. Commissioner, are you here? I don't see you. Are you here? Commissioner Brinkman. Okay, there you are. Okay. Thank you. Another luminary. And then we're going to hear from the Wade. Oh, shoot.
Whitcraft.
Thank you. Wade Woodcraft. Whitcraft from the Planning Department, who will be making the presentation. Wade, we're going to call you up last. You'll be doing the bulk of the work here. Okay. There you go.
Thank you, Supervisor. John Ram with the Planning Department. Thank you so much for sponsoring this legislation and for working with us. I would also like just to thank our partners at the MTA and the TA, both of whom have been very heavily involved in this process, and we really thank them for a lot of work. This is really rethinking how we do address development impact, transportation impacts from new development. And as you pointed out, this is the third part of a three-part strategy, one of which included the changes to the fee structure. The second included changes to how we analyze transportation impacts. And then this is the third, which is really a way of addressing the demand for transportation that's created by new development. As you pointed out, we've had a lot of work and outreach over the last few weeks to address some of the final outcomes and some of the final concerns from many members of the community. We believe we're now at the point where the vast majority of stakeholders are in general agreement, and as you pointed out, there will be some further discussion about this. The legislation before you sets out the policy and regulatory framework for the TDM program, and it directs the Planning Commission to enact policy through very specific requirements. So the Commission has, if you will, the menu of items that developers may choose from, and that menu can be amended over time, which they just did on Thursday. They, in fact, made some changes on Thursday to the program manual that they approved a few months ago. And we believe that those amendments would alleviate concerns that we heard from a very small subset of projects, particularly projects that are very small projects and very large projects, which were kind of getting caught in the program as we had defined it. So we do think that we're at the point where we would very much urge you to move this legislation forward, given the transportation challenges that we face and the growing number of projects that are coming online. We hope to get this online as soon as possible so we can start addressing the transportation demand management from these projects and move this forward. With this, I'd like to introduce Board Member Cheryl Brinkman from the MTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Chair Peskin, Chair Cohen, Supervisor Peskin, and Supervisor Shi. I'm Cheryl Brinkman, and as of last Tuesday, I'm the chair of the SFMTA Board of Directors. As Director Ram mentioned, there has been a lot of outreach, and changes have been made to this program since you last heard from us, and I think it was November or December, that addressed the concerns that we heard then. And I think we can, again, say what really sets this program apart. There are a few things. It's flexibility. This ordinance calls on projects to meet specific point targets while allowing the flexibility of how they are met to respond to the specific project concerns. And its responsiveness. The ordinance has been built to be responsive to our city's changing landscape. This city is continuing to change around us every day. We'll be able to make refinements to the TDM options offered to developers based on new data as it comes up. And we are committed to incorporating new information and keeping this program up to date. Like many of the other programs and policies and projects we have at the SFMTA, this will be a living program, and we will be able to make changes to it as we go. It has a commitment to monitoring. For this to work, developers need to be held accountable. The program not only requires developments to demonstrate ongoing compliance, but it provides the city with the enforcement teeth to make sure that projects follow through on those commitments. And the transparency. Never before has the public, the neighbors, the citizens, the concerned individuals had as much insight into what transportation decisions these developers are making and why. A new interactive online tool will really help do that. Moreover, aside from reducing vehicle miles traveled, the program offers other benefits that support our city goals: reduced greenhouse gas emissions, support of more active lifestyles through promoting active modes of transportation, consistency with our Vision Zero goals by reducing the number of vehicles on our roads. So I ask today that you support this ordinance and we move ahead with its implementation as quickly as possible. The sooner the program is in effect, the sooner we can see its benefits on our transportation system and continue to keep up with our growing city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Well, Wade, weight graph up. Oh, okay, no problem.
Hi, thank you, Chair Cohen and Supervisors. Jeff Hobson, Deputy Director for Planning at the San Francisco County Transportation Authority, and also just wanted to add our voices at the beginning here. Executive Director Tilly Chang sends her apologies that she's not able to be here in person today. She's in a negotiation with folks over at Caltrans and asked me to convey some of the following points. So we're very proud to be here today with our colleagues from a very strong interagency team that has developed this ordinance in program. And we greatly appreciate the work that we've been able to do with the Planning Department and MTA and the folks at the City Attorney's Office, making sure that all of the I's are dotted. This is really a program that San Francisco can be proud of, both because it is already strong in and of itself, and because it has several ways to make sure that it keeps improving over time. I'd like to add two main points to ones that Directors Ram and Director Brinkman already made. First is cost effectiveness. As the agency that oversees our Prop K sales tax and other public funds, we pay very close attention to the cost effectiveness of the public investments in our transportation network. And we know that people who have transit passes will use Muni more. People who have good bike facilities will use those bike lanes more. And so the people who live, work, and visit the building subject to this ordinance are going to make our transportation system work better, more efficiently, reducing the impact of growth from both a traffic and a carbon standpoint. Second point is on monitoring and evaluation. As the county CMA, the Transportation Authority is prepared to continue to support the implementation of the TDM program through its monitoring and evaluation stages. And just as in the design of the program, we're committed to bringing a strong research focus and a performance-based approach to that work. So we're confident that those efforts will contribute to continuing investments to the program as new transportation services and data emerge. So finally, I'd like to join my colleagues in asking that you support this ordinance today and allow us to start implementing it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, I've got just one little question, if I may, Madam
Please,
Chair.
absolutely.
So let me just start by saying we are, I think, all very pleased to see a collaboration between three agencies that are truly independent of one another. Obviously, the MTA, which has its own independent charter authorities, the Planning Department and its staff, and the Transportation Authority, which is actually the other hat that the Board of Supervisors wears as commissioners, which actually is a subdivision of the state of California and not part of the city and county of San Francisco, and uses separate legal counsel and what have you. And I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but I actually don't think that we, wearing our Board of Supervisors hats, can actually, as a matter of planning code law, commit this separate state agency to anything that says shall. We can encourage, I think. I realize that the Deputy City Attorney here represents the Board of Supervisors, not the Transportation Authority Commission, but I think the language on page 13, I don't think that's, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm trying to play one on TV. I don't think that's legal. The TA, I think, can do it in its sole and absolute independent authority, but I don't think at the top of page 13 that the city and county of San Francisco can bind the Transportation Authority. And as a matter of policy, I don't think that we want to create that precedent anyway. Deputy City Attorney Givner, through the chair.
Sure, Deputy City Attorney John Givner. Got a couple different versions here. So top of page 13 where it says every 4 years following the reports of the TA, the Planning Department shall prepare a report containing the same information. So the board can direct the Planning Department to take certain actions by ordinance and could make those conditional on TA actions, but as you said, the board cannot direct the TA to take any action.
So your reading of this is the shall applies to planning, but not to the County Transportation Authority?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for that clarification, Deputy City Attorney Givner. Thank you very much, Todd. All right, Wade, why don't you come on up? and begin the presentation. Thank you. I think you provided a copy for us. Is that correct?
I did.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Wade Wickriff, Planning Department staff, and as you just heard, I'm here once again with a great interagency team. As it's been discussed, and I'm not going to go over this at length, but this element, this component of the overall transportation sustainability program is the last component to be adopted of this program. We've had 2 hearings before on this item, and a continuance was asked to work through some significant comments that we've heard at those previous items, and we believe that we have done that. So just a reminder, this program would shift people from single occupancy vehicle trips to sustainable travel options. This would occur through this lovely acronym, Transportation Demand Management, or TDM, or on-site amenities and programs for new development. This program would reduce the amount and distance of vehicular travel from new development. Therefore, the goal overall is to reduce vehicle miles traveled. The program has received unanimous support from the Planning Commission, both in August originally and then with some amendments last week. Various other boards and commissions, as well as other advocacy groups. As Director Brinkman referred to, the initial goal is to reduce vehicle miles traveled, but there's these other additional benefits, such as achieving our Vision Zero goals, because every mile that we reduce from driving is less crash exposure, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens and those people who are walking or bicycling. I'm going to go over the 3 program basics pretty quickly, as we've gone over this before, but the program would basically have 3 basics, and those basics would live in what's called the TDM program standards, which is referenced in the ordinance and which the Planning Commission has authority to adopt and amend over time. The first basic component is a points target that every project would have to achieve. That points target would be unique to each individual project. The points target would be achieved through project sponsors selecting transportation demand management measures with a menu of options. And so through the selection of those measures, they would create what's called a TDM plan for their project. The menu has 66 options for sponsors to have flexibility in how they create that TDM plan, and each option is assigned a point value. The point value assignment is data-driven, not policy-driven, based on how effective each of these options and measures reduce vehicle miles traveled. So they all reduce vehicle miles traveled to some extent, but some more so than others. So if you look at the bottom of the slide, you have things on the low end of the range that reduce vehicle miles traveled and get like 1 point, showers and lockers in commercial development. To the more medium end of things, you provide more bike parking beyond what the code requires. And then on the high end of things, one of the most effective TDM measures is a reduced parking supply. Then the third basic component of the program, and maybe the most important, is the implementation strategies. There's 2 parts to this. The first is that we would evaluate and update the program over time based on research that we do. So we want transportation demand management. It's a very dynamic field, and we want to be nimble, responsive, and up to date to reflect that nature. The second part, as you heard earlier, is the program standards, and the program would have a proactive monitoring and reporting. So this would occur through a pre-occupancy site visit, ongoing monitoring and reporting, and then once every 3-year site audits. And the TDM program consists of the actual ordinance, which is before you today, and it sets the policy, and as Director Ram mentioned, the regulatory box for the program. The regulations themselves would live in the TDM program standards, which I mentioned earlier. The ordinance just references the creation of those standards. The TDM program standards are a living document, and they are created and amended by the Planning Commission. They are not subject to the board's approval today, but they implement the policy that would be set forth in the ordinance, which is before you. And they include those three basic components: the points target, the menu of options, and the implementation strategy. This document, as mentioned before, was adopted by the Planning Commission in August, and then we had some amendments that were adopted last week. And again, this document is a living document, can be amended over time by the Planning Commission. And the reason we want this document to be updated over time is to reflect new research and to address significant comments to make sure the program works, and that's exactly what occurred last Thursday. This slide just summarizes the amendments that were made at the Planning Commission last Thursday. We transmitted this morning or this afternoon the resolution and the staff report from that commission hearing. I'm not going to go over all these amendments. Just to point out something further that Director Ram pointed out, though, is that the program prior to last Thursday worked for the vast majority of projects, and the amendments we were making were really just dealing with projects at the margins, as well as some amendments to some individual measures. In terms of next steps, staff plans on posting those amended TDM program standards online, and those amendments will be incorporated into a web-based version of a tool that we just released for the public, developers, decision makers to use and interact with and see how the program really works. The tool is still somewhat in a beta version, and we plan on incorporating those amendments from last week into it soon. In terms of the legislative process, obviously you all are aware of this, but we hope to go to the full board after the committee hearing. And then when the ordinance becomes effective, really what we all consider the real fun would begin. We would hire staff, which has already been approved in prior year budgets. We would do initial evaluation to make sure that the program works, and we would evaluate and amend the program standards over time with the Planning Commission. This would be, again, a living document that ensures that the program works. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Okay, why don't we open up for public comment? Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you come on down? We'll have public comment. And I have a couple of comments and some amendments that I'll speak into the record after comment.
How do I switch to the overhead? Oh,
Yeah, just say it.
Awesome. Okay. My name is Jason Henderson from Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. We cautiously endorse the transportation demand management program before you, but we do regret that the two amendments that went through the Planning Commission last week, we don't think that was in the right direction. We think that the TDM ordinance, as it stands right now, is already too generous on parking. Parking is the strongest tool in transportation demand management. So we were disappointed to see those two amendments go through the commission. But I want to point out that, as a living document, as an ordinance that'll be revisited, that I really urge the city to look at the baseline for the parking. Right now, it starts out at 13 points for the first 20 parking spaces and then goes up 1 point for every 10. And I know I'm getting down in the weeds here, but I think it's too generous. I think it's, especially for an area like Market and Octavia, which is why I wanted to show you this map here. You've got thousands of new parking spaces coming in here. And I don't think the planning department, if you look at the EIR, for example, for One Oak, understands that generates car trips to the 101 ramp to the South Bay. The methods right now aren't really picking this up. They're very old methods used in transportation analysis that are really underestimating the impact that this parking is having. So I really think that instead of 1 point for each additional 10 parking spaces, it should be 5. And you should really be doing the best that you can to discourage excess parking. I think you should also ask some questions about what were those 3 projects that got through or that would have gotten through. I know one's the Warriors Arena, but there was another one, 16th Street or somewhere in Potrero, that I think you should ask them about. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Matt Field. I'm with TMG Partners. I've been before you several times on hearings on the Transportation Demand Management Program. Since the last meeting, we've spent time meeting with planning and MTA staff regarding the concerns we had with the proposed legislation as it relates to family-friendly housing. I'd like to thank you, supervisors, for encouraging staff to continue to work on the plan, and I'd like to thank staff for their willingness to hear our concerns and have some receptivity to refining the legislation and TDM program. We're pleased to be here today to endorse the amendments before you and with the ultimate legislation and TDM plan. Thanks so much.
All right, next speaker.
Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Weir, and I'm the director of the Program on Health, Equity, and Sustainability in the San Francisco Department of Public Health. I'm happy to be here today to support the Transportation Demand Management Ordinance and Program Standards, which we feel have the potential to positively impact on public health in San Francisco. For many years, our program has worked to support strategies that improve air quality, transportation safety, and active transportation, 3 priorities from our DPH Population Health Strategic Plan. I am also the co-chair of the city's Vision Zero Task Force with the goal of eliminating traffic deaths on our streets. Reducing VMT is essential to achieving these goals, and we believe that the TDM program could be an important strategy for VMT reduction. With planned increases in housing and jobs, it's estimated that more than 600,000 new cars could be added to the streets if we maintain the status quo. This would result in not just untenable congestion, but significant reductions in quality of life and safety. More people will be injured and killed, air quality will worsen, and the efficiency of public transit will decline. It's essential that we enact policies to reduce car trips and create systems that support safe and healthy walking, biking, and transit use. The TDM program takes a smart approach to reducing VMT by providing greater credit to interventions that are strongly linked to driving, such as parking reduction and shuttle service, while also offering additional options. We appreciate the flexibility of the program's construction, which will allow for swift adjustments to the standards and guidance based on best practices. We are also pleased to see built-in monitoring and accountability measures, as current TDM requirements lack ongoing oversight. We understand that timely implementation of this policy is important to ensure that these health benefits to our residents are reflected in the next generation of development. In conclusion, we believe city transportation policies that are consistent with the prioritization of human health and well-being are key to meaningful improvements in pedestrian and traffic safety, outdoor air quality, and active transportation. We support the TDM ordinance and program standards and look forward to ongoing collaboration with the Planning Department, MTA, and other city agencies to advance the health of people who live, work, and play in San Francisco. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Debbie Lerman. I'm with the San Francisco Human Services Network, an association of about 80 health and human service San Francisco nonprofits. We had been expressing some concerns about this ordinance for about a year, particularly its impact on city-funded service providers that serve disadvantaged residents. And we are very thankful for the opportunity to work with the offices of Supervisor Cohen and Supervisor Peskin and the MTA and Planning Department staff in what we hope will be amendments today to address the largest of those concerns. Just for public understanding, those developments are different from other types of developments. First of all, because they do generate far fewer vehicle miles traveled, because we work with community-based organizations serving low-income populations that walk or take transit. We also do not want to increase the costs or any barriers to developments that will address the crisis of nonprofit displacement that we've been facing the last several years. And we are especially concerned about parking spaces that are designated for city-funded services, such as meal delivery or shuttles for seniors and people with disabilities. And those, it doesn't matter what incentives you attach to those, there's still not going to be any reduction in vehicle miles traveled. So it doesn't make any sense to impose TDM requirements for those spaces. And it would simply just increase the costs of the development. So we have asked for a fee reduction, a fee exemption for city-funded health and human service nonprofits, and for an exemption for those particular parking spaces. We hope those amendments will be accepted today and by the full board. And again, we thank you for working with us on this issue.
Next speaker, please.
Calvin Welch, Steering Committee member of the Human Services Network and member organization of the Council of Community Housing Organizations. I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Ms. Lerner and urge you to adopt the amendments waiving the fee for city-funded health and human service nonprofits. I would like to also address and thank, first of all, Supervisor Peskin and others for supporting the exemption of 100% permanently affordable housing developments from the traffic management plan. But I believe there's a certain inconsistency in that exemption. The exemption language defines affordable housing as up to 150% of median. No other jurisdiction in the area defines affordability above 120% of median. And although this is it seems to be a bit of an oversight, clearly I would hope that B1, section 169.3 on page 8 would be amended to say 120% of median, which would be consistent with the findings within this document that is found on page 6, 169.1, which defines affordable housing as 120% of median and cites a study that shows, quote, households earning more than 120% of median drive more than twice as many miles and own more than twice as many vehicles as extremely low-income households identified as 30% of median. It seems odd to then define in a transit reduction program affordability at a level in which you are giving households who drive cars more heavily than otherwise. I would urge you to amend the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and Commissioners. My name is Nicole Ferrara, and I'm the Executive Director of WAC San Francisco. On behalf of WAC SF and our members, I want to share our support for the TDM ordinance and urge you to move it forward today to full approval by the board. Last Friday marked the inauguration of the most powerful person in our country, who also believes that climate change is a hoax and is committed to dismantling the transformative progress made on public health over the last 8 years. I, probably along with most of you, marched on Saturday to demonstrate that we will not stand for threats that move our country backwards. And today and every day for the next 4 years, we are going to need to work at the local level to move strong, climate-friendly, health-promoting policies forward. This ordinance does that by making sustainable, healthy ways of getting around San Francisco the easier choice. As you know, walking is the most basic, sustainable way to get around. It's also the easiest entree to exercising. There's no equipment or training needed. It's also a critical pathway to taking transit. Every transit trip starts and ends with a walk. So as a result of last week's Planning Commission meeting, we will be working with the Planning Department to strengthen the walking components of the TDM program, and we'll also be working to integrate complementary legislation into this policy. And with that, we will urge again your support of this policy as it stands and hope that it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Corey Smith on behalf of the 300 members of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, here to support the transportation demand management proposal in front of you here today. I want to thank staff and different departments for working with a number of different organizations on this. In terms of the amendments that were introduced last week regarding minimum and maximum parkings, it's actually kind of a unique situation for us because fundamentally as urbanists, we absolutely believe that less cars are always better. More public transportation is a good idea, more walking, more bikes. But at the same time, many of our members prefer more parking for their projects because, quite simply, you can sell them at a higher price. So it is a tricky balance there that I know a lot of different parties are trying to figure out. The other aspect I do want to encourage, based on comments by the previous speaker, to look for more ways to quantify and implement walking into the program itself. We understand the data constraints that planning is working with, and we appreciate that they are looking to find solutions that will appease all stakeholders. But absolutely support and urge you to pass here today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Fernando Martí with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. First of all, I want to thank you for moving this forward. I think it is high time that we began to really emphasize the direction of getting folks out of cars and using transportation. As affordable housing developers, that is what our tenants do. They ride transit. First, I want to support the words of Debbie Lerman from HSN. Many of our tenants are also clients of the organizations with HSN. They do not drive to supportive services. They take transit. And so I think it is important to maintain that fee exemption for city-funded health and human services organizations and to even find ways of further exempting city-funded organizations from these requirements. The second thing I want to say is that I appreciate the work that the Planning Department has done with us to address the concerns around affordable housing. I think, as Calvin mentioned, it's interesting to see that while finding is pointing out the critical need and the critical difference between housing that is affordable to folks under 120% of median income versus housing for folks earning more than 120% of median income. I want to share with you a table done by Jeff Hobson's former organization, Transform, that shows the vehicle miles traveled by different income levels. On the blue that you see there, you see very low income, extremely low income, very low income, moderate, which is folks up to 120% of median income, and then a big jump to folks earning more than 120% of median income. So as the Planning Commission actually considers the standards to be used for affordable housing, I think it's important to consider all of those different income levels under 120% of median income as they're provided in housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. Next speaker.
Sue Hester. I've been reading EIRs and commenting on them for a long time, and that colors my testimony today. The Planning Department writes EIRs, and they have enormous amounts of parking proportionally on really high transit-dense corridors. I'm thinking of Van Ness Avenue in particular and Market Street and Mission. I've been reading EIRs. And if you give a lot of parking at the initial time when you consider the project, that will drive the thing forever. And we have to face a couple realities. One, we are developing a lot of housing in the corridor Market Van Ness, Mission Van Ness right now, and has a lot of parking. And two things have happened. One is that we have a reverse commute that is enormous right now, and the freeways are right there. As the Planning Department goes through rezoning Central Soma, as they go through 1500 Mission, as they go through 1500 Market, which is the same thing as one Oak Street, they're making decisions that you can't undo by policies like this. If they give market rate housing, which is going to be a lot of people from San Mateo County that are reverse commuters in the reality, you're not going to be able to outchange the project by doing a process on TDM or TSP. We've had area plans adopted specifically from South of Market and the eastern neighborhoods, a call for new muni lines that were never implemented. So we do grand planning calling for additional muni lines to Potrero and to South of Market, and we don't do them. And we are approving too much parking. That's a context.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members that would like to speak on item 3? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Thank you. I wanted to give either the planning department, or probably the planning department is the most interesting department to give feedback on some of the testimony, particularly Calvin Welch's testimony about changing the AMI level from 150 down to 120 so that we are consistent with some of the other municipalities in the region.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think the reason for the 150 was that's actually what was used in the Transportation Sustainability Fee Program. It did allow, because there was an expectation that there might be some city subsidy for projects or city programs that would support projects at that level. The rest of the code, Mr. Welch is right. The Affordable Housing Program, the VMR program, refers up to housing up to 120%. We would be fine with lowering it to 120%. We were simply using the same number that occurs in another part of the Transportation Sustainability Program, which is the 150.
So you're saying deviating from the other parts of the code is
Right.
not going to put us in any kind of jeopardy or anything like that?
That's correct.
Or make the policy vulnerable. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so a couple things here, colleagues. I have several amendments that I'd like to read into the record. First, I'd like to change the grandfathering and phase-in dates to apply to the environmental evaluation applications instead of the development applications. Second, I'd like to remove the requirement to present a complete TDM plan to pre-application meetings. Third, I'd like to make a requirement of a 1-year implementation analysis and report. Fourth, I'd like to subject TDM standards to be in effect at the time of the development application, and this is instead of the development project approval. Fifth suggested change or amendment is changing a clerical error regarding group housing. The trigger should be 10 bedrooms, not beds. Sixth Amendment would be exempting buildings with 24 or less units from annual monitoring / enforcement fee and voluntary update fees. The seventh is exempting nonprofit organizations who receive funding from the city from paying development review, ongoing monitoring fees, and the voluntary update fees. Also want to recognize the tenacious leadership of Debbie Lerman. You heard during her public comment, and I think you heard a couple other comments supporting what she was saying, that there were some concerns from our nonprofit providers, particularly those that receive city funding to provide their services, concerned about their ability to meet TDM requirements. Specifically, many of the parking spaces in these potential facilities provide city-funded services. I'm thinking Meals on Wheels, just to use as an example, such as meal deliveries or transportation of clients, such as seniors or peoples with disability. I don't think we should subject these particular parking spaces to the TDM program, which is why I'm introducing the amendment to exempt these particular spaces from the TDM program standards. And you'll find that these in a document just circulated to you on page 6, line 19, colleagues. This is for you. And just for clarity, any other parking spaces these nonprofit organizations choose to implement in their facilities will be subject to TDM. Okay? Now, the grammar police over here to my right pointed out another error that I'd like to correct. Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. This is on page 6 of the legislation, line 21. The full sentence reads, as starting on line 19, as such, comma, the Board of Supervisors finds that parking spaces dedicated to service vehicles provided for city-funded charitable health and human service organizations should be excluded from definition. I'm going to change that from should be to shall. Shall be excluded from the definition of parking spaces in the TDM program standards. All right, if there's any questions, we could take them up. Supervisor Peskin, I believe you may have an amendment for us.
No, I agree with the comments raised by members of the public and that Director Ram spoke to relative to the 150 versus 120% change on page 8, as well as the change that you just read in with regard to the Human Services Network's issue, the should to a shall, which I think insofar as you, the department, are going to preside over the program standards, unless we get cranky and legislate them for you, we just want that should to be a shall. So that's all good. Let me start by saying this is obviously an evolving thing, and we've now had a number of hearings. There have been many cooks in the kitchen. Nobody is totally happy. I agree with Ms. Brinkman. This is flexible. It will evolve. This is the dawn of this new pioneering, system, and we will continue to fix it and tweak it as we move along. For all of the poor staff who've been trying to convince me that this is the greatest thing since sliced bread for the last year, I thank you for your patience and indulgence. And I've also had, I think, a very consistent theme that I've been sounding, which is, with no disrespect, particularly to planning, enforcement, quite frankly, isn't one of your strong suits. It's not a secret. Everybody knows it. And this is a system that is predicated on there being consistent annual enforcement with dedicated staff. This has been an age-old thing. I've been, for a decade and a half, I'm always like, do you guys need more enforcement staff? We'll budget more positions. But this theoretically comes with a source of funding for those staff, and you've analyzed how many projects it would apply to now and how many projects it's likely to, given, the ups and downs of a market, to apply to in the future, and how many FTE, full-time equivalents, you'll be able to hire. Now, having said all of that, one of the amendments that Supervisor Cohen has just suggested, which is, and there is some rationale for it. We've actually done it in other areas, and it is a consistent piece of policy relative to 24 or less units. My big question is really kind of a question more for the controller, but maybe you guys have looked at it in terms of the categories. Insofar as this flat fee of $1,000 a property, and you're exempting out the smaller properties, what's this do to your funding source for your FTE? And are we starting this program out where you're not going to have enough funds to actually enforce it, and we just it falls flat on its face in the beginning? That's my big question.
Thank you. Can we get I don't think we have controller staff here, but Director Ram, take a stab at it.
So this is a relatively recent change, and I totally understand their need for it, so I appreciate the question, because I know your concern has been. I will say that in the last 9 years, we've actually tripled the number of enforcement staff that we have in the department, so thanks to the support of this board in doing that. I will say that we're looking at it. What we think is that the number of projects in that size range, up to 24 units, represents a fairly small percentage of the total projects that would be subject to the ordinance. So we think it's still doable within the actual fiscal analysis that we've done on the projects. And I will say that it's not uncommon in the code in terms of our other fees for larger projects to effectively subsidize small ones. That's done throughout the planning code. And also remember that the way this program is structured, like all of our fees, when we do the analysis, you start with a base fee, and then if a project goes beyond that, we then are able to charge time and materials. So I do think there's a number of ways we can cover it. Clearly, we have to keep up with the analysis, but I will tell you right now that I'm committed to having full-time staff devoted to this effort and nothing else.
So, Mr. Ram, that's my only source of concern is that, and I mean, at first it seemed pretty counterintuitive that you would charge a 100-unit project the same annual fee as you would charge a 15-unit project. But actually, I think staff did a pretty good job of explaining why that was counterintuitive but made sense. I don't want this, sorry, MTA, you're going to think I'm picking on you, and I am, for this to turn into like a Google bus thing, where at the very beginning, everybody said, oh, yeah, no, cost recovery is $1 a stop. And everybody in the public, myself included, went, this doesn't make sense. And then after they went back and sharpened their pencils, they were like, yeah, it's really a lot higher. That's a little different when you have a captive audience of, Genentech and Google and whatever, than when you have the kind of audience that you have. So I don't want to be in a position where you come back in 6 months or a year, or for that matter, even 2 years, and say, wow, now that the 24 and under projects have dropped out, we've got to raise the fee for the big projects to $2,800 a year. So I just want to make sure that you guys have really crunched these numbers and that the promise of real enforcement and real dedicated staff, particularly given that this economy is not going to last forever and there's going to be a downturn and you're going to have to pick between all these great different things, and this presumably has its own dedicated source of revenue that is protected and you can't pick from, but you're not going to have enough money because, so I really want to make sure that, people below the level of chief of the department, but at Wade's level, really believe that if you exempt out the 24 and unders from the annual fee, that you're not going to be coming back here in a year or two to say, ooh, we need to raise the fee, or ooh, all the complaints that you're getting about it not being enforced, and the person removing the improvement, which, by the way, none of us are dumb here. We saw a former Department of Building Inspection Commissioner doing his own development project, hello. So that's what I need to hear.
Wade assures me that he believes it. So.
Yes, and just to be more specific about the percentage Director Ram was referring to of these size projects, when we looked at 2 fiscal years of projects that were before the Planning Commission for approval, 1 fiscal year, there was only 1 project that was less than 20 units. That was sort of our cutoff at that time looking at it. The next fiscal year, I think there were about 5 or 6 projects so combined 6 or 7 projects out of 106 projects over those 2 fiscal years that would have been at this size. So I think, yes, I believe that.
Thank you, Wade.
All right. Let's make one more motion. Thank you, Director. Let's make one more motion to change the AMI level that's stated on page 8 from 150 to 120 of the medium income. And this I would like to add in the long list of amendments that I've made already. Looks like we've got a comment from Supervisor Sheehy.
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to join as a co-sponsor with the amended version and just show my appreciation for all the work that's been done over these years. We definitely need real transit solutions in this city. As somebody who schleps across the city to get my kid to school every morning, the more cars we can get off the streets, the better. Thank you.
Are you schlepping on public transit?
No, I think we had that discussion last week, and I think people's ears are still burning.
Okay, I'll mind my business. Okay.
It's about 2 hours on public transit.
Okay, Supervisor. I'm sorry I asked. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a whole bunch of amendments out there. One thing I just want to say thank you to MTA, TA, and the planning staff. You guys have been tremendous. Also want to recognize Yo-Yo Chan on my staff, who's been equally tremendous. And I think it was Supervisor Avalos that had it before, and his staff. A lot of people put a lot of staff hours into this, and this was not easy. And like Supervisor Peskin said, this is a fluid document, so I'm sure we're not done. but we'll just take a timeout from now. And if we could take these amendments without objection, colleagues. All right, without objection, the motion passes as amended. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, could you call item 4?
Madam Chair, should we send the item as amended to the full board with recommendation?
Yes, thank you very much. To the full board with recommendation. Off it goes. Thank you.
Item number 4 is a hearing on the local impact of the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, including areas of legislative and administrative need.
Okay.
Right. Isn't that yours?
Okay, I'm the sponsor of this item. Let's change the house quickly. Thank you. Thank you to the sponsors and stakeholders for item 4. We appreciate you sitting around all day. We're grateful. I'm the sponsor of this item, and so, colleagues, this is a very important item before us today. As we know, the California voters legalized the use, possession, and retail sale of non-medical or adult-use cannabis across the state of California. This was done through Proposition 64. Along with the state-based regulatory structure, Prop 64 also allows localities such as ours to tailor implementation of the law to their needs and to their preferences. So in anticipation of this, the Board of Supervisors created the Cannabis State Legalization Task Force to advise the board, the mayor, and the city departments on potential legalization so that we can fully understand the policy questions that are specific to the cannabis industry. There's no doubt that the Board of Supervisors and the city agencies will be faced with many difficult policy discussions in a post-Proposition 64 environment. But it's my hope that we can work collaboratively with industry stakeholders, with residents and subject matter experts to develop a set of effective policies that will allow this new industry to thrive in our city, to become compliant with new existing laws, and also to complement the neighborhood and neighborhood character and the environment that of which they're trying to blend into. So today we will hear from members of the Cannabis Legalization Task Force who will provide us with their recommendation for us to consider. I'd like to bring up the task force staff who will kick off this presentation. Just want to recognize task force staff as well as their members. Thank you. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thanks for your time today. My name is Michelle McGee, and I am a member of the San Francisco Cannabis Legalization Task Force Coordination and Support Team. On behalf of the task force, I'm going to frame and begin the presentation of this Year 1 update and that the task force has prepared for the committee. The task force presentation is in 2 parts. Part 1, for which I will provide a high-level and very succinct overview of the technical aspects of legalization, the task force's purpose, and summarize some of the main themes of the recommendations that are designed by the task force in the 3 main categories: public safety and social environment, land use and social justice, regulation, and city agency framework. For Part 2, the task force members, who are already lined up, will address the committee and highlight specific recommendations within each of the 3 main categories that members feel are important for the supervisor's consideration. In the interest of moving the task force through our presentation in the time frame, I'm just respectfully requesting that questions be held until the task force members come up. I'm just providing a big overview.
After the presentation, he wants to ask questions.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Got it.
So, in November, as we all know, of 2016, California voters passed Proposition 64, or the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. The key provisions of that act are: legalizes the adult use, possession, and retail sale of non-medical or adult use cannabis across the state for individuals 21 or older; creates a state-level licensing and regulatory system for the commercial cannabis industry, as well as the Bureau of Marijuana Control to oversee the process at the state level; preserves local control by allowing localities to tailor implementation of the law to their needs and preferences. And the state is scheduled to begin issuing licenses in 2 years, in January 2018. The task force was in response to the legalization efforts at the state level. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors created this task force under an ordinance passed in July 2015. The task force was established as an advisory body for policymakers on the legal, social, land use, and enforcement issues so that policymakers are fully prepared to address the breadth of policy questions that arise from this process. Thank you. The 22-seat task force will be active for a two-year period, which began last January 2016. And the work of the task force's first year is being presented today. Year 2 actually begins today in January 2017 and will be completed by the end of the year. The goal of the task force was to make recommendations in the 3 main areas that we just discussed, and the task force conducted, in order to do that, monthly public meetings over the course of year 1 to design the finalized package of 84 recommendations, which are referenced in the year 1 report. So the first main area is public safety and social environment, but recommendations in all 3 categories are the culmination of research and analysis, expert testimony, and discussion among the task force members. As will be evident to the committee and the public in this summary, year 1 recommendations were meant to outline the universe of issues and considerations related to legalization. Year 2 will build on these recommendations and make more specific ones, specifically related to implementation here at the local level in San Francisco. The key topics under the public safety and social environment category defined 30 recommendations to address the 4 subcategories: public safety, public consumption, youth access and exposure, and tourism and hospitality. Discussions during task force meetings of this topic area focused on driving under the influence policies, neighborhood safety issues, and social environment considerations. The key recommendation themes that emerged and that are addressed in this report include that public safety standards and protocols should be revised as necessary to ensure protection of individuals and communities. San Francisco should provide public consumption options in the city. Youth access and exposure can be limited by relying on existing models, principles, and research. And San Francisco should develop policies that include a variety of cannabis tourism and hospitality options. The second main category, land use and social justice, has two recommendation subcategories: land use and social justice and workforce development. The discussions in this topic area focused on retail and non-retail adult use business zoning approval processes, as well as the diversity within the cannabis industry's workforce and business ownership opportunities. The key recommendation themes that emerged and that are addressed in the report include San Francisco should provide for both retail and non-retail cannabis industry locations. To effectively assess retail adult use zoning applications, the land use decision-making process is in need of objective standards, and that San Francisco should develop cannabis workforce and entrepreneurship pathways that reflect social justice principles in all aspects of the industry. The third main category, regulation and city agency framework, developed 23 recommendations to address the 3 subcategories: licensing, taxation and revenue, and agency oversight. Discussion topics in this area of regulation and city agency framework included local licensing possibilities, local cannabis regulatory agency responsibilities, and local taxation considerations. The key recommendation themes that emerged include San Francisco should have a local cannabis licensing structure that builds upon the state system and also considers local needs. San Francisco's local cannabis taxation scheme should consider its impact on the illicit market and the cash-only nature of the industry. Tax revenue allocation could support social justice efforts, and cannabis regulation would require competent agency oversight and effective collaboration across multiple city agencies. So that provides a high-level overview of how the recommendation framework and some of the content. I will now transition to the task force members, who will begin by presenting on public safety and social environment.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Schrader, and I was appointed to the State Cannabis Legalization Task Force as the public policy seat. I have fibromyalgia. I'm a mother of 2, and I was born and raised here in San Francisco, which is why I wanted to see good policies come into effect here. We're here today to discuss the recommendations on overconsumption, public use of cannabis, and driving under the influence. We learned from the state of Colorado that when they didn't have allowances to have public consumption for smoking, that the edible use increased. And that edible use also caused an increase of the number of people that visited emergency rooms. The only thing that they were being treated for was water. And so it seems to make sense that we could do some simple educational campaigns like their first time try 5 milligrams and use some of their examples to do educational campaigns to prevent these scenarios from happening. We also talked about using CBD as an antidote to help with people who have over-medicated. It seems as though our state law does not allow to have public use of cannabis, so we talked about how San Francisco could implement types of consumption, that outdoors it should be allowed to be consumed where tobacco is, where indoors we wanted to see proper ventilation, that dispensaries should allow to have safe havens for people to use on site, and that we'd like to see the city attorney review what we can do to privatize locations similar to beer gardens and outdoor events. As far as DUIs, we saw the state of Washington turn every cannabis user into a criminal by implementing zero-tolerance DUI laws. And my concern with this is that if I'm driving my kids to school and I haven't smoked in a week, I should not be considered a criminal. So I'd like us to talk about how we can support the CHP in doing behavioral-based research. How can we figure out the difference between high tolerance versus low tolerance users? How can we tell the difference between edibles and vaporizers and concentrates? And in addition, San Francisco can again be the lead in having educational materials available similar to our drunk or buzz driving campaigns. Thank you for your time.
Just as a point of your information, Supervisor Peskin's going to be stepping out. He's a 5 o'clock commitment, but Supervisor Sheehy and I will remain so that this hearing can continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Payan. I'm seat 12 on the task force and one of the vice chairs. I'm coming here to talk to you today about education, both for patients and then as we go into adult use for consumers and also in the industry itself. Just because we are going to adult use doesn't change the fact that we're dealing with a substance that creates a reaction in the body. And we need to empower both patients and consumers by having educational materials available around the use of edibles, smokables, vapables, etc., and also have a greater push within the industry itself to educate people who are working in it so that they can actually educate consumers and patients themselves, and having higher standards around education for people working in the industry in conjunction with other educational institutions such as City College, Oaksterdam, etc. I came to the task force as an educator, a cancer survivor, and an advocate, both to show that it is incredibly helpful for us to have access to cannabis, and in addition, for it to be effective, we do need to have education standards in place. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Quarry Pak, and I'm a program administrator from San Francisco Unified and occupy the seat that represents the school district. So I'm responsible for the tobacco use prevention education program that's funded by the State Department of Education. That's what I usually testify on. But today I'm going to share some information about cannabis and legalization and how we're working together to make sure to be mindful of youth access and exposure, support health education, comprehensive support services in our public schools, and also vocational and job training opportunities for our graduates in the future. So I'm going to share some good news. We are funded actually with a combination of federal funds from the CDC, which is important to know, state funds, and local funds for health education support services, and the other educational services out of SFUSD that is available for our students. So nationally, the YRBS survey, which is the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, we survey 7th, 9th, and 11th graders with on their use of various substances and their risk behaviors. In the U.S., about 40.7% of young people have tried marijuana in high school. In San Francisco, that rate is about 28%. And in middle school, it's about 6.9%. I don't have any national figures. So what we're doing is working. We can do more. And then on the topic of exposure or access, the same survey actually captures a downward trend in the number of students who are offered, sold, or given illegal drugs at school. In 2005, that was 32.5% of students in high schools, and as of 2015, it's about 23.8%. So that's a decrease. So some areas where we could work together in education and comprehensive services and sort of support for our students is we have a sort of a disproportionate use of marijuana in our non-traditional schools or continuation alternative sites. It's about 12% on campus. Again, we surveyed our students, and the numbers are not great as in number, in amount, in quantity. The numbers of students that report using marijuana currently, just in general in their life, is 6.1% in middle school and 17.4% in high school, which we'd like to see folks not using in this age group and not choosing to really focus on their health and their education. With that, our health education is reality and science-based and non-judgmental, and we have comprehensive supportive services to address any students' needs and their families as well. So we support our students' opportunities for, beyond college and beyond high school, and also to make sure that they have safe and adequate housing for them to continue their education. So thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Barbara Fugate. I'm seat 16, representing the neighborhood associations. I'm the past president of the Cayuga Improvement Association. I edit our newsletter, and I'm the chair of the MCD Compliance Committee that we have on our board. I volunteered for this task force because I felt the MCD Compliance Committee and the learning curve that we had to go through, and we had 3 MCDs approved on the same night, would give me an advantage speaking for the neighborhoods. The MCD Compliance Committee found that there are loopholes in the existing MCD legislation that we'd like to see addressed, and I volunteered because I hope to gain more information on the subject to take back to my district. I would ask the Board of Supervisors to place a lot of emphasis on public safety issues. Driving under the influence is only one of the many concerns that neighborhoods will be faced with. Where will it be legal to smoke? How will this be enforced? Are the background checks adequate? Who will be required to pass a background check? And how do we remove retailers who are not in compliance with good neighbor policies? However, the biggest issue coming from the neighborhood, and the majority of the association members and individuals I've spoken with are concerned about, is clustering. If there is a third rail for the Board of Supervisors on this measure, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be the green zones. There are a lot of people who don't want to exchange or advance the green zones. 2 years ago, Supervisor Avalos requested a planning commission study that concluded that the green zones have to be expanded. We agree with that, but at the time, there doesn't seem to be any supervisor willing to do that. For that reason, it's been suggested by my neighborhood that any neighborhood that does have an MCD or an adult use retail outlet would keep all of the taxes that are earned in that zip code, and that money would be available to go to the police department for their needs, and also 3/4 of it we would like to go directly to the supervisor of that district to be used for their civic improvements. If any supervisors would like to talk to me about this, I'd be happy to meet with you in your office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Jesse Stout. I practice business law with Greenbridge Corporate Counsel. I'm here to talk to the Land Use Committee about land use for adult use cannabis. And the three main ideas here are retail locations, retail zoning, and non-retail locations. For retail locations, since I want to draw a comparison to our medical retail rules, I have to point out first that all of this cannabis reform is made possible by the activism of ACT UP and other AIDS groups in the 1980s to bring us medical cannabis and eventually this movement. In 2014, for retail locations of medical retailers, the Planning Commission recommended that medical retail be at least 600 feet from schools. So by comparison, for adult use retail, we recommend that retail be at least 600 feet from schools and that buffer distances exist between the retailers, but that both of these be measured by path of travel instead of by a straight line from parcel to parcel, because we know San Francisco is a very dense city where sometimes you got to walk around the block to get to the door. It doesn't make sense for our city to say that the straight line, or as the crow flies, is going to be as efficient to measure these distances as a path of travel. So besides locations, for retail zoning, we think that the zoning approval process should vary among the zones and not be the same for all the zones. We would recommend that the zoning approval process be more rigorous in a zone like a neighborhood commercial district. We could have neighborhood notice plus conditional use authorization, and less rigorous in places like downtown and industrial, have maybe just neighborhood notice. Finally, for non-retail uses such as cultivation and manufacturing of adult use cannabis, we say just use the existing planning code distance requirements from sensitive uses like schools and youth centers, because we think they already make sense.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Garcia. I'm with UFCW Local 648. I'm seat number 20, which is the labor seat. Training and education is something that San Francisco values. The task force recommends a training component for workers, such as an educated apprenticeship program. Some residents of San Francisco are often overlooked because they don't have a college degree. These workers can be given the specific on-the-job and classroom training necessary to have the opportunity to get and retain these good paying jobs. Apprenticeship is a model with a proven track record of success that has been around for a long time. Safety, diversity, and rights are a part of apprenticeship. Apprenticeship was one of the first organizations that protected minorities and women in industry. Apprenticeship is about working with business. All work sites benefit where there are safe practices and where workers that have a standardized training and education. San Francisco workers that have apprenticeship training and education will not only understand the workplace in a safe and better way, they will be getting the training necessary to increase their skills, their marketability, and their compensation, something that they get to keep. This program is something that San Francisco can do to again lead the way in the country. There is a cannabis apprenticeship committee approved at the state level, working with City College and other established educators to implement this program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Laura Thomas with the Drug Policy Alliance, and I'm in the Public Health and Drug Policy seat on the task force. And we had extensive conversations about the social justice implications and opportunities. And in addition to job training, we also spoke about ways to create opportunities for ownership and entrepreneurship in the cannabis industry. And our recommendations address ways to overcome some of the barriers that are often experienced by people both in trying to get employment, but also ownership stake in legal cannabis industry. And we see the legalization of marijuana as an opportunity to repair some of the damage that's been done by the war on drugs in this country and in this city. And so to those ends, we have recommendations around reducing the barriers to ownership and employment, creating priority licenses or preferences for those harmed by the war on drugs,
trying to address not just the legal but also the economic barriers, including access to capital. So looking at small business loans as a way to increase access to the business, using some of our existing small business support models to give people who've previously been working in the illicit economy the support that they need to become a legal entity under Prop 64, and creating pathways such as amnesty programs for people who've been working in the illegal industry to move into a new legal industry. Overall, we think this is an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors in the City and County of San Francisco to be creative in the context of a racial and social justice frame to address some of these harms and really move forward with creating a new industry that's responsive to the needs both of people who've been working in the industry and those who've experienced harms related to the war on drugs. So this is a great opportunity to move forward and do something different and hear from the communities themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next speaker.
Hello. I'm Jocelyn Kane. Do you want to? There you go. I'm the director of the Entertainment Commission. I'm also a member of the task force, one of the city agencies that's sitting on the task force. And I was asked to come up here to primarily talk to you about agency oversight. And I wanted to take the opportunity because I think that working at the Entertainment Commission, which is kind of a baby agency as cities go, we've only been around since 2003, has some lessons to be learned. This is a very complicated issue, and made a really simple slide to show you what the task force came up with in terms of options. The board can consider a standalone agency with its own staff and a commission like ours as an oversight sort of policy body that also allows you to have transparency and a place for people to express their needs and certainly do the outreach that's necessary. The board could consider a standalone agency with staff but no commission and look for policy guidance elsewhere, or the board could consider using a part of an existing agency to do this work as well. I think this, obviously, we've got another year. This bears a lot more discussion. But it is something that, from the get-go, certainly I think helps you look at how we're going to work on all these issues from seed to sale, and certainly address some of the concerns we hear from the neighbors. So, Terrence, are you going to come up and handle the rest of this?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. So under regulation and city agency framework, the key issue, as Jocelyn has laid out, is how are we going to do this? And the more important issue is, are we going to get started on doing this right away, since we have a one-year deadline established by the state? And if so, what are our priorities going to be so that we can find both the political and the private will to move these policies forward into regulation? You will find that the second year of the task force will be dedicated to developing specific policies around your direction as to how we should proceed. It is our recommendation that we should start with non-retail. We should start with the part of this entire industry that's been described by Proposition 64 through the various license types. Start with those non-retail licenses: cultivation, testing, production, transportation. Let's start with those that are relatively invisible to the population, and let's move those forward. Create a city agency framework for that, and begin to feed to that city agency framework regulations and how they can create a permitting scheme for each of those. So if you are a testing lab and you want to add cannabis to your testing ingredients, there would be a direct and simple way that you would apply as a testing lab to this body, so that you could then add cannabis as one of your approved testing ingredients. The same would be true for transportation and distribution. Cultivation, we have already in place a robust cultivation approval process put together by the Department of Public Health, which we can improve on and codify. And in doing so, we would take the non-retail side of the cannabis industry and set it up for success. We all know that the difficult part of this process will be when we get into neighborhood by neighborhood discussions as to where something belongs. I love medical cannabis, just not next to my school, just not next to where I go to work, just not next to where I walk by, just not next to the bus stop, just not next to the place where I buy coffee. At that point, we are going to need to have a robust discussion. The last 6 months of this year should be dedicated to public hearings and discussion on how are we going to expand medical cannabis to include adult use cannabis, and then how are we going to develop a way to consume cannabis in what is called by the legislation a consumption lounge. In the legislation, it's very restrictive. It's like a black box that you go into, and you only go into if you're 21 and up, and you can't be seen, and then you leave, and then that's been your cannabis consumption experience. San Francisco has a different way of doing things, and we have always said we've got a San Francisco way. We would like to create, with the help of the Board of Supervisors and the community, consumption lounge experiences where socialization is taught again, where experiences between community members can be exchanged, where if you go and you are part of a platform of 5 individuals and you are the one cannabis user, there are 3 people that like to drink wine and 2 people and 1 person that doesn't drink or smoke, that you all feel comfortable in that consumption area. That would be the San Francisco way of dealing with consumption. We can get through that in this first year. We ask that as you accept our report of the recommendations of what we feel are important in these policy areas, that you give us the direction to begin immediately to draft a regulatory framework that you can then take to the committee and begin to work on developing the actual regulations. So in other words, we would say, for example, in cultivation, this is how we're currently doing it. Based on what we're finding out from the experience of the last 5 years, we need to make these 3 adjustments. We make those adjustments and we present to you an outline for regulation on how to do cannabis cultivation. That would then go through the public process and could be adopted into regulation. That would then give assurance to that part of the business that it could then go and apply to the state. And we take one by one the various license types until we get to retail, and then we have the last 6 months of the year to deal with retail. And we spend all of that time going out into our neighborhoods and finding out, is it clustering that's the most important? I really don't think that as the crow flies is how most people think of distance. They think of it as path of travel. So should we consider a path of travel way, as the task force has recommended, to be able to determine whether we're too close to a sensitive use? Okay. That is the recommendation that we would like to bring forward, and we asked for your participation in year 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you have questions, we're available. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we'll go to public comment and then come back to you guys for questions. Is that okay? All right. Thank you for the presentation. Very thoughtful, very high level. We've got right here the entire one-year report and recommendation, and we've got a nice little cheat sheet of executive summary. I appreciate the presentation. Are there slides with the presentation that was given? Okay. We will work on doing that. In the meantime, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone here that'd like to comment? I saw Teresa Duque's card. Public comment is open. Thank you. Did you get one? Okay. Come on, let's go. Public comment. Let's go. It's open. Anyone that wants to speak, please do. Come on, Teresa. If there's anyone else, please line up.
Can I have 1 more minute because it's
no, Teresa, sorry, okay. The rules. 2 minutes
Hi,
for everyone.
Hi, supervisors, and my name is Teresa Duque with San Francisco Community Empowerment Center. I'm here on behalf of our neighbor, friends, merchants, family, San Francisco Community Empowerment Center, Merchant Support Group, San Francisco Community Empowerment Center, Healthy Family Project, Asians American Voter Art, Vegetation Valley Asians Alliance, San Francisco Shanghai Association and community oppose any additional medical marijuana dispensary, also asking all of you to create law to stop marijuana use in San Francisco. As you know, the populations of Asian people in San Francisco is about 40%. Property owner is about 45 are Asians. Majority are Chinese people, but many of them are limited in English, don't understand the MCD procedures, not even the marijuana, the recreations. We have many people came to our center, ask for help them to voice out their concern. The Planning Commission Department has led of community outreach. Non-English speaking residents, we have 34 MCD in San Francisco already. We think this is enough. Federal law say that this is a legal drug. Okay, I agree MCD 1,000 feet. Recreation should be 1,500 feet, not just 600 feet. The task force did a good job, 181 pages. But how about in Chinese language, Spanish language? Recreation marijuana should never be in the commercial corridor because commercial corridor is surrounded with all the residential community. I think residential recreation marijuana should be in the industrial area. With the warehouse, PDR, they should have tough law for recreation marijuana. We asked the BOS to initiate 18 months moratorium on all MCD in all NC district or some of the selected MC district because we are going to have all the fight with the MCD already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, Supervisor, my name is John Fagoni. I am an attorney who is now practicing in the cannabis space. I'm a native San Franciscan, been here 5 generations. First, I'd like to commend the task force for what it's attempting to do in trying to guide our legislators in a solution that is compassionate, wise, and forward-looking. We've seen what other jurisdictions have accomplished in Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and as other new jurisdictions that have just recently passed both recreational and medical cannabis are trying to fashion in terms of their legislation. What I feel we as San Franciscans, we who invented medical marijuana as a compassionate solution for our patients, need to set the high watermark for the rest of our country. And again, I look to our board. I thank the task force for its work because the rest of the country will be watching how we develop these laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. Thank you. So to the task force members, you certainly heard from Ms. Duque, Teresa Duque's concerns about just many things, consumption, on-site, location. I think that we have a lot of work to do to educate people, the greater community. Mr. Terrence Allen, I like your suggestion of taking 6 months of a public hearing and listening, and through that we need to educate. Teresa, Prop 64 is a state law, so we in San Francisco are not able to amend this. This is something that you'll have to take to Sacramento, and I think you will be the lone voice in Sacramento looking to repeal Prop 64, and that of course would be a legislative process that you would have to take to voters, and a truly uphill battle. I think what we need to do is to understand a little bit where our fears are. What are people really afraid of when it comes to consumption, so that we can begin to address the truth or separate the truth from the lies, from the myth, from the fear, so that we can move forward and make sure that businesses that are operating, they are in compliance with the law. Supervisor Sheehy, please.
So first, I want to thank everybody on the commission who's done such tremendous work. And I was struck that we kind of shifted to a discussion of the stigma of marijuana use. And I'm reminded of documents that came out recently showing that Richard Nixon purposely enforced heavily marijuana laws basically to target African Americans and the youth movement at the time of the early 70s. And that has led to an incredible rate of criminalization in some communities that is completely unfair and unjust. Personally, I've been involved with the medical cannabis movement since 1996 with my friend Dennis Perrone. And with all due respect, I was an ACT UP member, but it's actually Dennis Perrone, through the experience of his husband, of his boyfriend, Jonathan West, where he saw, and Dennis Perrone is a colleague. I don't think Harvey Milk would have gotten elected without the support of Dennis Perrone, who was always turning out hundreds of volunteers whenever Harvey needed them. But Dennis saw the palliative benefit of cannabis use as Jonathan was dying from AIDS, and then really started the medical cannabis movement. And there were clubs. One was at Church and Market, and then there was this fabulous club here, 5 Stories, where the Dolan Law Firm is, which really served as hospices for people living with AIDS at a time when there were no medications. Now, I've been a patient since '97 when I was diagnosed, and at first it was merely to be able to tolerate what were then the first generation drugs that were so extremely toxic. And it was strange that the least toxic drug I was taking was the one that was most prohibited. Then, because of the toxicities of those drugs, I'm afflicted with peripheral neuropathy, one of the few conditions for which randomized controlled trial has been conducted showing the efficacy in controlling the pain that is associated with that disease, conducted at UCSF, by the way, our own San Francisco General Hospital. So I think one part is to continue the work of this commission. I think we do need to be prepared when Prop 64 comes into effect, because one of the things after 215 came through is we really didn't have this kind of groundwork. And I think that all of us will be benefited by moving rapidly to start implementing some of these recommendations so that we aren't just left with a Wild West situation with bad actors and nobody knowing what's going on. But I do think we have to really think about the stigma that I'm seeing. It reminds me so much of the stigma I've experienced as a gay man, the stigma I've experienced as somebody living with HIV, and really think rationally about this and think about what we're doing. I mean, it's not unlikely that cannabis could be equivalent to what we see with our wine industry. And I know that I personally have benefited with relief of pain, with assistance in being able to take drugs that have saved my life. And I just hope that as we move forward, we can listen to each other. I do understand neighborhood concerns, and I think we should be mindful of those. But I do think that this is an opportunity to undo really what has been almost 30, 40 years of injustice that has cost many, many people their freedom.
Thank you. Thank you for the reality check. We appreciate it. I have a couple questions really briefly. I wanted to hear from, follow-up to Query Pack, the Youth Access Education Prevention. You, in your presentation, is she here still? No. Okay. Well, maybe someone could speak to it that's knowledgeable. She highlighted that there was a decrease in numbers, and I think that I wasn't quite sure what that number decrease was, and she didn't explain what the cause is of the decrease. I don't know if you could provide some color for me.
Madam Supervisor, I'm going to have to get back to you with that answer because I too was not aware of that decrease and what the causality was.
Okay, no problem. And then Jennifer Garcia, you in your presentation, you talked a little bit about workforce, and I remember you when you came to the Rules Committee, was part of the appointing body that made that appointment, and you represent local UFCW.
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 Local 648.
So is UFCW still taking the lead when it comes to the unionizing of the workers of the cannabis industry?
Yes, the UFCW was the first union to even touch cannabis workers back in 2010, before it was the change of public opinion has moved forward. So the UFCW in California especially, working with the governor, and I know our international president has met with him as far as the cannabis apprenticeship committee and things on the state level. We are very much a lead into as the regulations pass and this comes into a regulated system that all these workers that already exist have protection, that they know their rights, and that they have these good jobs. No matter what happens, there's always going to be workers in this, and we want the workers to be protected as we go through the many changes that this industry is going to go through.
No, of course. I was just wondering which union was stepping up and taking the lead. I know the Teamsters have been involved in the discussion around the transportation side of transporting seeds and, I don't even know the correct terminology, plants.
Yeah. Yes, plant material. Yes.
Okay.
Product, as it may be. Yes, there are other unions involved now.
Which ones are there?
I believe that I would believe that the UFCW and the Teamsters are the main unions here. In other states, there has been some move, SEIU and some other things also.
Okay. Thank you. I really don't have any other questions. I don't know if we're okay. It looks like we are done. Thank you very much, Task Force. You guys have a lot of work ahead of you. I think we all need to roll up our sleeves and work collectively on this one. Supervisor Jeff Sheehy, if you could make a motion to continue this item, we can continue this item.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
As a matter of house cleaning, may we excuse Supervisor Peskin?
Oh, yes. Well, yes, Supervisor Peskin has been excused since 5 o'clock. Thanks. Okay.
And I'll move to continue the item.
Thank you very much, and that was without objection as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Clerk, we have no other business before this body?
There's no further business.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.